Good morning, good evening, or good afternoon, wherever you may be, and welcome to today's virtual Pada Wellness and Luxury Travel Conference in Mart 2021. Today's event has been generously sponsored by our platinum sponsor, the Tourism Authority of Thailand, as well as our silver sponsor, Flywire, and bronze sponsor, the Tourism Promotion Board of the Philippines. We have an excellent lineup of speakers today to discuss and explore the topics of wellness and luxury travel. But before we get to our conference, allow me to first introduce myself. Next slide, please. Next slide. First, my name is Paul Brangan. I am the Director of Communications and External Affairs at the Pacific Asia Travel Association, otherwise known as PATA, and I will be your host for today. As I said, before we get to our official opening speeches, I do have a quick note about the current platform you're using. So can we get the next slide, please? Now, as you can see on your browser, there is a chat function and a Q&A. For the chat function, please feel free to engage with other participants, say hello, where you're from. You can comment about the session you're listening to or watching. And however, please don't submit any questions using the chat function. If you have any questions for our speakers or panelists, please use the Q&A function as shown on your screen. I will inform you which sessions will have Q&A before they start, so please do listen to me carefully before we start the session. So with that is all of my technical notes regarding using the browser. So can we move to the next slide? Now, feel free to take screenshots of today's session and share it on social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube. Even if you have a TikTok, feel free to share it there. Please make sure to hashtag Pada Wellness Luxury 2021 and hashtag Pada Events. You can also tag Pada. That's for Facebook, it's Pada_HQ. And I think for Instagram, it's Pada.HQ. So feel free to share all of the presentations on social media today and definitely tag us so we can also like and share your post as well. So the next slide. And now we've come to our official opening remarks. And with us today, we have the CEO of the Pacific Asia Travel Association. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ms. Liz Ortiguera.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, greetings to our audiences today from around the world. I'm Liz Ortiguera, CEO of the Pacific Asia Travel Association, also known as PATA. I'm pleased to welcome you to our first virtual PATA Wellness and Luxury Travel Conference and Mart. As many of you may already know, the Pacific Asia Travel Association is a nonprofit membership association that acts as a catalyst for the responsible development of travel and tourism to, from, and within the Asia-Pacific region. By bringing together our private and public sector members, the association facilitates meaningful partnerships to enhance the value, the quality, and sustainable growth of travel and tourism in the region. Today's event highlights our commitment towards these goals, especially as we look towards rebuilding and restarting the travel and tourism industry. The past 2 weeks saw a spate of announcements about Asia-Pacific destinations and their targeted opening dates. I'll share with you 3 important reasons that underscore the importance and timeliness of this event today. First, the very active progress being made in Asia-Pacific to achieve COVID-safe environments. In the face of this global pandemic, governments across Asia-Pacific have in the prior 6 to 12 months had a high focus on vaccine deployment and putting in the right protocols to ensure the health and safety of their travel and tourism providers. In many markets across the region, vaccines have been rolled out in 3 levels of priority. First, frontline healthcare workers. Second, essential workers such as food market staff and transportation workers. And third, traveler-facing tourism and travel staff. This third list underscores two things. A, the importance of travel and tourism as a source of jobs and economic growth. And B, a conscious approach to ensuring the health and safety of the local community, as well as the incoming travelers. PATA is an active advocate for vaccine equity and the important foundational role it plays in the restart of travel. Second, the announcements about the imminent openings of a number of destinations. Particularly during our Travel Mart sessions, travel buyers should take this opportunity to learn about destination and providers about the status of these specific preparations and about the protocols that have been put in place to open for travel. And third, hear from the industry experts about two critical trends that are emerging from this pandemic period. First, the heightened interest from consumers for wellness travel experiences. And second, the heightened interest in a more socially conscious form of luxury travel. Organizations that offer holistic wellness experiences that explore the broad spectrum of physical, spiritual, and emotional well-being, as well as bring a positive impact to local communities and the environment, will have an advantage in the post-COVID-19 landscape. And while not every wellness story comes with a luxury angle, the feeling of rejuvenation is a prized target for all levels of the market. From stress reduction at a secluded destination to active workouts with a group, these new trends bring along exciting opportunities for travel brands, inclusive at all price points. Today's conference will examine these various topics, including the expansion of wellness and luxury offerings being developed in the Asian hospitality industry, the upgraded health and safety protocols in place to welcome travelers, and how Asian destinations are imminently prepared to welcome inbound travelers. By bringing together our private and public sector members and industry colleagues at events such as today, PATA aims to create meaningful partnerships to enhance the value, quality, and sustainable growth of travel and tourism in the region. It is our belief that the travel industry is truly a force for economic growth, job creation, and cultural empathy and understanding across borders. As we are currently grappling with one of the biggest challenges of our lifetime, the need for demonstrated leadership and coordinated partnerships has never been more critical. With this in mind, PATA remains committed to supporting our members and global industry colleagues to build a more resilient, responsible, and sustainable global travel and tourism industry. This can only be done by working together and focusing on plans for responsible development that take into consideration elements for generating responsible and sustainable growth. I would like to thank you all for joining us today in support of this mission. Lastly, I would take this opportunity to thank our sponsors. First, our platinum sponsor, the Tourism Authority of Thailand. Second, our silver sponsor, Flywire. And third, our bronze sponsor, the Tourism Promotion Board Philippines, for their generous support in this week's event. Thank you also to our official virtual platform partner, Zip Event, and our various media partners for their support in helping us organize this event. Lastly, thank you to all the speakers for sharing their knowledge and insights with us today. Thank you all for joining us today and enjoy today's conference.
Well, thank you very much, Liz. And now we've come to our next welcome speech, and this is from our platinum sponsor, the Tourism Authority of Thailand. So with us today, we have the governor from the Tourism Authority of Thailand, also known as TAT. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Governor Yutasak Supasorn. Just 1 minute while we have Mr. Supasorn on line here.
สวัสดีครับ A very warm greeting from Thailand. It's my great pleasure to welcome you all to the virtual PATA Wellness and Luxury Travel Conference and Mart 2021, organized by the Pacific Asia Travel Association in collaboration with the Tourism Authority of Thailand. The global pandemic has put us through many uncertainties and challenges for almost 2 years. As a result, tourism all over the world, including Thailand, has come to an drastic decline. However, despite the difficulty and the absence of travelers, we have developed and updated a range of new products and services. More importantly, Thailand Prime Minister has just announced last week that starting from the 1st of November 2021, the country will reopen to the low-risk country, such as the United Kingdom, United States of America, Germany, China, Singapore, and etc. with no quarantine. Fully vaccinated travelers out of the list of low-risk country could also travel to the blue zone area in Thailand, which are Phuket, Krabi, Phang Nga, and Koh Samui, and stay in the area for only 7 days before traveling to another part of the country. Updated information regarding the Thailand reopening program is available at our official website, www.tatnews.org. The announcement made by the Prime Minister has been quite a thrill for us all, especially for our tourism private sector, as they are able to resume their business operation. Health and safety, however, are our primary concern for all travelers and Thais. Ladies and gentlemen, I could not agree more on the term wealth is new wealth, which has been mentioned these days. We are all concerned more about our well-being, our strength, both physical and mental, and how to reinforce our body to be ready to fight back those stronger diseases out there by working more on exercise or finding optional treatments. Wellness in Thailand is also well known among those travelers who seek to fulfill their lives. Nowadays, wellness in Thailand is not merely our famous Thai massage, but also include our up-to-date technology for anti-aging, efficient weight loss program, and body, mind, and soul rejuvenation, which is in the line with the global trend. According to the Global Wellness Institute's figures in 2017, Thailand ranked fourth in the list of the top 10 wellness tourism market in the Asia Pacific and 13 on the list of the top 20 wellness tourism markets worldwide. This is solid proof that apart from the equipped service offer, Thailand also offers value for money for health and wellness tourism. Some of our top source markets to health and wellness are Australia, Cambodia, China, Germany, Kuwait, Myanmar, Oman, Russia, and the UAE. For the virtual PATA Wellness and Luxury Travel Conference at Mart 2021, the sellers who are eager to meet with you include a number of high-class spas and wellness and luxury hotels and resorts. Many of them are located in Bangkok, but for those who would like to escape the hustle and bustle of the capital city, you can also try products and services in Phuket, Khao Lak, Krabi, Koh Samui, Hua Hin, Ayutthaya, Chiang Rai, and Pattaya. In closing, we are monitoring the COVID-19 situation closely, and hopefully the entire country will be ready to welcome any traveler who has been fully vaccinated with no quarantine measures. I hope today's session is useful for you, and I wish you success and a fruitful business matching session tomorrow. Thank you for your time, for your love and support for Thailand. We do hope to welcome you and your clients to Thailand very soon. Keep safe and stay healthy. Thank you. สวัสดีครับ
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Governor, for those remarks. Yes, we are very excited to hear about the opening of Thailand on November 1st. Of course, that's only a first step, opening to a few low-risk countries, but it is a good first step. And as Liz had mentioned, we've also heard announcements from couple other destinations about their plans for reopening. So there is a light at the end of the tunnel as we look to restart and rebuild a more sustainable and responsible travel and tourism industry. And I thank you so much for all of you for joining us in that mission. Now we've come to our next video, as we heard about Thailand. So let's actually experience even more amazing Thailand. So sit back, relax, and enjoy this video.
Even more amazing experiences await you in Thailand. Amazing Thailand.
Yeah. Ooh. Well, as I'm based here in Thailand, I can't wait to welcome all of you back to Thailand. So please look for further announcements on the November 1st opening, and hopefully you can join us this holiday season in Thailand and enjoy, as I said, even more amazing Thailand. So we've now come to our opening keynote presentation, and we are thrilled to have with us the chairman and the CEO of the Global Wellness Institute. So she will be talking about the evolution of wellness in travel. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ms. Susie Ellis.
It's an honor for me to address the Pacific Asia Travel Association virtually today about the evolution of wellness in travel and some megatrends I see emerging in the wellness travel space. But first, let me step back and provide a little context on the size of the wellness and wellness travel markets before COVID hit. So let's put up the first slide. Here is a popular infographic from our Global Wellness Economy Monitor Report. We fondly refer to this as our bubble chart. You'll see that the entire global wellness economy was a staggering 4.5 trillion by 2018. And note that there are 11 bubbles or wellness markets depicted in proportion to the revenue they contribute to the global wellness market yearly. Personal care and beauty is the largest one. Then we see physical activity, nutrition. Notice the wellness tourism bubble. It's the purple one. And it's estimated at 639 billion at that point. Then there's prevention and public health, traditional and complementary medicine, wellness, real estate, mental wellness, the spa industry, thermal and mineral springs, and workplace wellness. You can take this slide down. Given the pandemic, these numbers need updating, and our researchers will do exactly that at the Global Wellness Summit in Boston this November. But pre-pandemic, wellness was one of the largest, fastest growing markets in the world. There was tremendous momentum for wellness tourism pre-pandemic already. The Global Wellness Institute was the first to identify and analyze the wellness tourism market back in 2013. And I have a few slides to help with that. So the next slide, we define wellness tourism as travel associated with the pursuit of maintaining or enhancing one's personal well-being. Now, the next slide shows that Our pre-pandemic data shows that while overall tourism was growing at a robust 3.2% annually, wellness tourism was growing much faster at double the rate, 6.5%. By 2018, wellness tourism represented 17% of all tourism revenues, or $1 in $6 spent. Think about that. You can take that slide down. And we found that Asia Pacific is by far the fastest growing market. So Asia Pacific is the biggest in the world. The region's wellness trips grew an incredible 33% in 2 years pre-pandemic. And China and India ranked number 1 and number 2 for growth worldwide. They added 22 million and 17 million wellness trips respectively in these years. Now, wellness travelers are very high spending tourists. International wellness tourists spend 53% more than the typical international tourist. The premium for domestic wellness tourists is even higher. They spend 178% more than your average domestic tourist. So where is wellness tourism now, and where is it going in light of the lessons and experience of this long pandemic? Well, survey after survey reveals that the pandemic has made health and wellness a radically more important value for consumers and travelers. A recent McKinsey study found that 79% of global consumers now report that wellness is important to them, and that every market surveyed reported a big increase in the prioritizing of wellness in the last 2 to 3 years. And a new American Express study found that 76% of global consumers now plan to spend more on travel to specifically improve their well-being, with 68% reporting that their next vacation will be focused on improving their mental wellness. That's more than 2/3 of travelers. So while we're in an uneven recovery and many people are still not traveling, especially internationally, as travel does come back, all signs suggest that wellness tourism will see even greater momentum in the future. People are seeking destinations that can heal them physically and mentally. They are newly focused on prevention. Now, the next slide. I will turn to 6 key trends in wellness travel that we're tracking here at the Global Wellness Institute, relevant to all travel, but especially to the luxury segment and destinations. So let's go to the next slide that shows our first trend. All travel is now essentially wellness travel. This may seem a bold statement, but it is essentially true. As travel opens up, we see a great travel reset underway, where health and wellness are the main focus, a kind of rebooting of travel for the better. The manic, mindless getaways to over-touristed destinations that have dominated travel for decades are getting replaced by slower, closer, more mindful travel experiences. 2, with travelers still tentative, they demand that their health and safety is front and center at destinations, from vaccine and testing protocols to air purification, even access to doctors and clinics. People are craving the outdoors and nature experiences as never before, which we're going to discuss in a minute. They're also seeking experiences that ignite their sense of purpose and meaning, whether pursuing philanthropic travel or learning a whole new skill. And if people have been interested in sustainable travel for years, there is a radical new compass point, regenerative travel, more to come. So if for years the hotel and resort industry has talked about wellness travel as a trend, the pandemic has cracked open the concept. When people travel now, they demand a health benefit from it. They want their well-being addressed throughout the entire property, from their safety to a demand for healthy food, sleep, lighting, air, and water, to healthy programming for kids to add more social wellness opportunities. Wellness is now a far more totalizing demand. People want it's everywhere wellness. And hotels need to think beyond the compartmentalized spa or fitness center. Next slide. Next slide. A nature economy rises with a nature smackdown at properties. We do need the next slide up. I don't see it. A nature economy rises with a nature smackdown at properties. With the pandemic, go back, please. There we go. With the pandemic and the intensifying climate change crisis, there is a profound new demand for nature and nature experiences in travel, where wilderness is healing. In luxury travel, the rustic treehouse property, deep in nature, has been beating out the gilded, dripping with luxury amenities resort palace for years. But the pandemic has pushed the nature worshiping trend to a new level. This is the rise of what we call a whole new nature economy. Next slide. Nature experiences are becoming as monetizable as spas and fitness. New hotel properties and programs are creating truly awesome nature experiences. People want, and properties are launching stirring experiences like forest bathing, silvotherapy, which is healing through trees, wild swimming, ice hiking, stargazing with a property astronomer, and rewilded properties. The headline-grabbing hospitality openings of 2021, 2022 are all about awe-inducing nature experiences. There are countless examples from the Ritz-Carlton Ras Al Khaimah near Dubai, moonlight camel rides in their nature reserve to Six Senses, Punakha in Bhutan, leading forest hikes to a Buddhist monastery to meet with monks. A whole new kind of luxury landscape hotel or wilderness lodge is being born. New, high design, biophilic, usually smaller retreats where the connection to nature is the key amenity, whether Vivod in Spain, set in an olive tree forest, or France's Hotel 48 Nord, nestled in the meadows of an Alsatian valley. In sum, a nature smackdown, we're calling it, is underway in luxury hospitality. Properties that connect people with nature in more creative and deeper ways are truly aspirational properties. The lesson? Every property needs to develop its nature assets. Even urban properties can bring nature indoors, biophilic design, and move more treatments, fitness, and wellness programming outside and up on the roof. Next slide. Next slide. The wellness sabbatical. Remote work and digital nomadism were on the rise pre-pandemic, and we named the wellness sabbatical a top travel trend just before COVID hit. We define a wellness sabbatical as a longer, 3-week plus stay at a destination where work and wellness experiences are blended each day, at destinations intentionally focused on making that happen successfully. Then the pandemic hit, and most of us became remote workers, a trend experts argue is here to stay. Wellness sabbaticals will only rise and become a long-term trend, and these longer work wellness stays are a huge opportunity. Employers increasingly understand that they need to look after the executives who make them big money, and 25% of Fortune's 100 best companies to work for offer sabbaticals. Next slide. More amazing luxury travel destinations are making moves to lure the work wellness sabbatical seeker. Properties such as Rancho La Puerta in Mexico, Kamalaya in Thailand, and Vana and Ananda in India were pioneers in creating new, highly structured wellness sabbatical programs. The line between travel and real estate or the home is now getting broken down. Our brand new study on wellness real estate finds that the market for healthy homes is simply skyrocketing. The global market doubled from 2017 to 2020 from 180 to 275 billion. And guess what? Asia is again the recent growth leader, clocking over 27% growth in its wellness real estate sector from 2019 to 2020, in the throes of the pandemic, to reach a $100 billion market. Now, within wellness real estate, a big trend is resort, spa, and hospitality brands getting into residences. So many brands are making moves such as Six Senses, Amman, Four Seasons, Mandarin Oriental, Montage Hotels, St. Regis Resorts, and more. And many are offering fractional or shared ownership models, letting you live at their wellness resort for months, again, taking the wellness sabbatical in longer and new directions. We're at an unprecedented moment in the history of hospitality where the once rigid and separate concepts of vacation, work, wellness, and home are getting blended in powerful new ways. Successful brands will blend their offerings too. Next slide. Wellness destinations get into serious emotional healing. The pandemic has dramatically worsened the world's mental wellness crisis. I'm sure you've heard this. People are in pain. They've been isolated. They seek serious emotional healing and deeper meaning in life. In response, more wellness resorts are now tackling tougher, more raw emotions. The old stress reduction message and therapies now feel a little lightweight. Next slide. Hotels and wellness resorts are rolling out programming to tackle everything from grief to trauma, and they're bringing in new practitioners from therapists and psychiatrists to hypnotherapists and spiritual healers. At Kamalaya in Thailand, their new program, Embracing Change, is all about healing the intense emotional stresses born of a pandemic, using everything from acupuncture to sessions with your personal mentor who does some hard work with you to fix your negative emotional patterns. Greece's Euphoria Retreat has launched a new program for trauma recovery, which revolves around intense emotional expression work. And Mexico's Chablis Hotel's new retreat focus on healing heartbreak and emotional distress through Mayan rituals. So many examples. The point is there is a huge opportunity for wellness destinations to create comprehensive mental wellness programs, to be a positive force in smashing taboos around mental struggles, and to give people what they need now to come to their emotional rescue. Next slide. Another trend we're seeing, bigger medical wellness emphasis, more sophisticated and larger wellness destinations with a medical focus. One of the great welcome trends emerging from the pandemic is that two separate, sometimes combative worlds of medicine, healthcare, and wellness are coming together. The pandemic has been a wake-up call about the value of preventative wellness and also the need for science-based health and wellness approaches. On the high-end travel front, we see this playing out in the rise of new, sophisticated, integrative medical wellness resorts. Destinations are betting that people with means will seek these kind of places, and they are. Next slide. These kind of places that bring a much broader array of medical technologies and wellness approaches all together in one place. It's increasingly a special kind of medicine being delivered revolving around advanced diagnostic testing, whether cardiovascular, respiratory, hormone, nutrition, microbiome, DNA, epigenetics, and so forth. Because people want to be programmed on science-based 100% personalized medical and wellness plans, and they want to see the whys for that tailored plan. There are many striking examples. Famed German medical wellness resort brand Lanzerhof will open Lanzerhof Sylt in second quarter of 2022, and they will have a focus on high-tech medicine and nature therapies, tackling everything from cardiovascular rehabilitation to treatment for respiratory and skin diseases. That's just one example. The next slide shows you Zoya Health and Wellbeing Resort, which just opened in the UAE, where the personalized medical wellness plan starts with a doctor consultation and comprehensive medical diagnostics. You can see the progression here, and we're going to be seeing that more and more in places. And one of the most ambitious projects under development, Trivananda, coming to Thailand in 2022. The spectacular $220 million project will feature an integrative medicine center with diagnostic facilities, a cognitive health center, and a TCM and physiotherapy focus. Next slide. The new compass point, regenerative travel. Last but hardly least is the rise of a new environmental and ethical compass point in hospitality and tourism, regenerative travel. If sustainable travel and destinations work to minimize damage to the environment, regenerative travel goes further. It's actually about actively leaving places we visit better than when we found them. It's about being net positive for the environment and the community. Next slide. It's about environmental initiatives moving beyond fuzzy commitments, such as new properties like Spark Lodge, which is an example, it's on Norway's Arctic Circle, of this new regenerative direction coming in 2022 that will be 100% energy positive, producing more solar power than it needs to operate. But it's more than being super green. It's about choosing quality over quantity, such as Tourism New Zealand, now measuring tourism success not by the money generated, but by the health and well-being of the community and environment. It's about fair income distribution and hospitality. It's about destinations and tours that benefit the locals by funding schools, healthcare, or small business loans. It's about not just not destroying, but restoring nature, as we see the rise of rewilding properties and tours where destinations restore the land to its natural, uncultivated state and reintroduce wildlife. More travelers aren't taking the destruction of nature, the exploitation of workers' communities, and the impending climate change crisis lightly anymore. Next slide. Activist organizations such as Conscious Travel and tour operators such as Regenerative Travel, which is a collection of 40 resorts in 24 countries, are promoting destinations that are really walking the talk on regenerative, social, and environmental impact. Their work shows that while the concept can feel intimidating, virtually every travel destination can make meaningful regenerative moves. And for the wellness traveler, it will increasingly be a key demand. You can take the slide down. There are many more wellness travel trends I could discuss, but I am running out of time. However, I want to share there will be an even bigger focus on a few things. Food as medicine, and specifically improving the gut health microbiome. There will also be an emphasis on how immune health is becoming its own lane in wellness programming. How, with concerns for safety, touchless wellness experiences, and technology just keep becoming more important, breathwork is also going to be delivered now as medicine. While none of us knows exactly where travel will get back, when travel will get back to where it was pre-pandemic, history shows us that travel is very resilient. It will come back. We predict, the Global Wellness Institute, that in the future, wellness travel will be actually the fastest growing sector in all of tourism. There has never been this kind of opportunity for the wellness, hospitality, and resort sector to grow and innovate. This conversation I'm having today with you will continue with many global travel experts at our 2021 Global Wellness Summit in Boston from November 30th through December 3rd. I invite you all to attend, either in person or virtually, and be part of the growth and conversation. And the last slide I'll just leave you with, remember that all of the resources from the Global Wellness Institute, including all of our research reports, are available online for free. Thank you so much for allowing me to share with you my enthusiasm for wellness in travel. And thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Well, thank you very much, Susie. For that excellent presentation. And if you want to know more about the wellness trends, as Susie said, you can join them at their events. I'm sure the information is on their websites. So we've heard a little bit about the wellness trends Susie's presented, and we're going to get to our next speaker, who will actually elaborate a little bit more on holistic wellness, self, others, and nature. So with us, we have the SVP for Brand HQ at the Banyan Tree Group. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ms. Renyung Ho.
Year is 2030.
we are gathered to celebrate a decade of restorative, regenerative travel, catalyzed by 2020's COVID crisis and the great pause we all experienced. The uncertainty of the future cemented our certainty of the fact that we are all interconnected. An irreversible paradigm shift was made from indulgence to intuition, towards caring not only for ourselves, but for others and our world around us. Travel is purposeful, and the term journey has come to mean a path of betterment. Industry players partner and commit to capture the full value of their ecosystem impact on communities and their environment, and natural assets are valued alongside man-made ones. Although the road is complex, the solutions are many and the will is concrete. Mass tourism growth of the early years has enabled now the pursuit of holistic well-being. Travelers make choices based on the impact of their dollar spent, and their vision of health and well-being surpasses their own mind and body. There are informed, better choices available throughout the entire value chain of a journey, which translates to better choices in living as a whole. Whether through the transport we take, how we choose our food, to the clothes we wear, to the products we use on our body, to the communities we choose to be a part of and to create. This is the possible future we all here are building forward into being. Now, what about us? The Banyan Tree is known for being a sacred space, a sanctuary at the center of many a village in Asia. It's where you go if you need time for yourself or a space to meet another kindred soul. We are charting well-being pathways to build on in two areas that connect self, others, and nature. The first, intuition, the non-linear knowing of how things are connected. Rolling out well-being sanctuaries through our properties with the motto, begin anywhere. This is our evolution of the spa as a safe space to integrate that knowledge and learn it for ourselves. Safe spaces for cultivating intuition sometimes also means solitude. To that end, we're harnessing digital platforms to create well-being journeys you can choose in your own home. Everyone begins where they are, and our well-being index for our own associates allow a framework for sustained personal practice. All employers have a duty to enable an internal culture for this. The second pathway is perception. Our reality is what we perceive. With digitization accelerated by the pandemic, there is a deep need to reconnect with our senses and the world around us. We invite these sensory shifts through experiences like the White Room, which removes sight and sound. Another signature experience in development is One Weightless, a meditative flotation experience in water that removes gravity for us to embrace simply being, opening up our senses to the world around us. These exceptional experiences allow us to own our own presence in an age of great distraction. We are in a moment of great change, and there is a calling for a version of travel that adds to the greater good, for a version of luxury that is less about exclusivity, more about connection, and for a version of life that goes beyond just the self. The possibility is inspiring, and we are just beginning.
Well, thank you very much, Renyang, thank you very much, Renyang, for that insights into holistic wellness. Now we've come to our next session, and we'll move a bit away from looking at wellness and how leading the way, the evolution of travel in the Asia Pacific region. So we are thrilled to have for our next presenter, the CEO of Trip.com Group. They've recently been joining as a PATA member, so we are thrilled to have them join us as part of the PATA family. So, ladies and gentlemen, from Trip.com Group, please welcome Ms. Jane Sun.
everyone. It is my pleasure to be speaking to all of you today. COVID-19 has transformed travel in many ways. At Trip.com Group, we have seen how travel behavior has adapted and changed over the last year and a half. Asia Pacific, as a key region for us, has been at the forefront of this change. Health and safety have been at the top of travelers' agendas since the start of the pandemic. Over 70% of consumers in Asia Pacific now prioritize clear health and safety precautions above price and location. Platforms like Trip.com and Ctrip.com have worked with suppliers to ensure standards meeting customers' expectation. A great awareness on wellness has developed during this period too. Travelers in the region are increasingly choosing themed travel options, with natural and spa destination being especially popular. For example, the week before this year's October national holiday in China saw bookings for hot spring hotel increased by more than 50%. We have seen moves towards more luxury travel experiences. Ctrip luxury travelers have grown more in 2021 compared to 2019. The number of platinum members who spent over USD 4,500 annually grew by 20% in 2021 compared to 2019. Across the region, booking for high-end hotels have seen a strong recovery, driven by domestic tourism demand. During a time when many have concern around the travel economy, this beacon for Pacific Asia shows us how changes are occurring. More importantly, they represent the huge amount of pent-up travel demand that exists. With the rising of Pacific Asia region and as a home to world-class destination, we expect Pacific Asia to continue setting trends for travel. This presents incredible opportunity for us all to deliver world-class experiences to visitors and travelers in the region. As the positive arc of travel recovery continues, Trip.com Group and travel providers across the region must continue to innovate and to meet customer demand. It is wonderful to be able to speak with so many partners in the region through TAT platform. Let's continue to work together, building a strong regional travel economy. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Jane, for your presentation regarding how Asia Pacific is leading the way for travel. So our next presentation is from our silver sponsor, Flywire. And we have two speakers for this session. From Flywire, we have the manager for travel for APAC, Mr. Ezra Wong, and he'll be joined by the Chief Business Development Officer at Zeldiva Luxury. They'll talk about how set to Soar, how consumer travel plans point to a tourism boom. You know, there've been a lot of talk about pent-up demand. So once borders reopened, what do Ezra and May have to tell us about that? So without further ado, please welcome Mr. Ezra Wong and Ms. May Madanlo.
And good evening to all of those joining us from outside of APAC. Thank you for taking the time today to join our Set to Soar travel webinar, where we are very excited to share, key insights from our travel survey report. So on to the next point. My name is Ezra and I'm from Flywire. We are an international payments company that specializes in helping travel companies better process and better manage your international payments. I've been in the company for 4 years now and really proud to be able to help many travel companies across APAC. And today joining me very excited to have one of our travel partners, May from Zaldiva Luxury.
Hi, sunny greetings from the Maldives, everybody. I hope that you guys are doing well from wherever you are in the world at the moment. And thank you, Esther, for having us here on this partnership with TAT. We're delighted to be participating here.
No, really excited to have you, May. So, on to the next point. To start off, wanted to give a bit of context about the survey. So this is actually our second travel survey that we commissioned. We really wanted to get a better understanding of what travelers were hearing, what were they saying about travel in general. And these travelers are coming from all over the world, so we believe this will give a very global view on the results. And wanted to share some of the key findings from the report and have a great conversation with May on what she's seeing in her market and her company. So on to the next one. The very first point, which is, as vaccination rate increases, we are hearing a lot of demand for travelers to start traveling again. And 84% of our travelers said that they are have ever been before. So wanted to see, what you are hearing from the ground, May. Is this in line with what you're seeing as more bookings are coming in?
Definitely. I can say that because since we opened in 2020, the border of the Maldives, a lot of people are calling us for their trip in the Maldives last minute, 24 hours before they fly out from their country. They call us and book the trip. And this year, we're not only enjoying the last minute booking, but we're also enjoying advanced booking for the festive period and also for Q1 for next year. So that's very exciting. So the survey is actually true.
Now, that's great. It's great to see that, not just the last minute bookings are coming in, but also the advanced bookings. Which leads us to our next point. Our second finding from our report is that 70% of travelers, will spend more, on the next holiday, which I think is really exciting for all travel businesses to hear. I believe this should be especially so for a holiday or a vacation like the Maldives.
Yes, that is so true. Back in the days, before the COVID, price is always a big factor when they're deciding on the holiday. But nowadays, the price is actually the last question. It always starts with the safety, the isolation, can they be safe on the holiday, and then follows the price. So they're pretty much okay to pay for the holiday. So this is very true.
That's really awesome to hear. I think it's something that all travel businesses will be delighted, really. And which kind of leads us to our next one, which is a very common topic amongst travelers. I think not just amongst travelers, but between businesses and even when you're speaking with your friends, is that on your next trip, you will be looking for destinations where there are not a lot of people. And I think, we hear this from a lot of clients we have at Flywire where they are looking for more isolated holidays. Is that very similar for you as well, May, at Zaldiva?
Yeah, very true. Again, the Maldives is very blessed for being geographically designed as one island on its own. So I'd say 98% of the resorts here are one island, one resort. Guests arrive at the international airport and then they'd be guided with their transfer so straight to the resort. And then the people who are in there, only the staff and the guests. And most of the staff here are 100% vaccinated. So safety-wise, isolation-wise, Maldives is a fact check. So yes, this is true.
Now, that's awesome. It's great to see, travel businesses really adapting to provide safer holidays for their customers. And on to the next one, I think a really interesting point, something which, I myself would really like to be a part of once measures are more relaxed where I'm based in, is that 59% of travelers say that remote work is definitely a consideration for their future travel plans. And I know, May, when people think of the Maldives, they think of the beaches, they think of the water activities. What about remote work?
Yes, it can be. Because the Maldives is not only available with Wi-Fi, all the resorts, like a lot of resorts, I would say all the resorts I visited, they have strong Wi-Fi wherever you go, public area, in your villa, in the restaurant, in the bar, or even in the beach itself. You can have your Wi-Fi. So it is possible to bring your work here. So when you finish your 8-hour shift, you can just go for snorkeling or go to the beach. Totally possible.
I can't wait for that, May. Definitely, hopefully sometime in 2022. And on to
Yes.
our very last point, circling back to payment for travel, 90% of travelers stated that, they would prefer to pay in their own currency, be it in the form of a wire transfer or credit card payment. How does that apply for Zaldiva?
since we signed up with Flywire back in the days, a lot of our clients are happy with the option that they're able to pay with their own currency, be it using a credit card or a bank transfer. And I've noticed that it works for us very well, not only for our customers, because it allows faster confirmation of the payment. So that is really great.
That's awesome, and I think the climate has changed pre-COVID to now for sure, and payments has definitely become a competitive advantage for travel businesses. So this brings us to the end. Brings us to the end of our session today. And the findings we share just picked out specifically from the report. There is much more great travel information there. So feel free to reach out to us and share the full version with you. And finally, thank you for taking time to join our session today. And thank you, May, for joining us on the panel.
Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much to our two presenters. It's interesting to see what their trends they see as we look to reopen travel and tourism. So we'll move to our next session, and with us we have we have a video from our silver sponsor, Flywire Streamlines the payment experience at Nimmo Bay Wilderness Resort. So we'll get to see what Flywire is and how they work with resorts to streamline payments. So you heard a little bit about Flywire from the previous presentation. So let's see a bit more from this quick video.
Nimmo Bay is a wilderness resort remotely located in the southern part of the Great Bear Rainforest, which is just off the northern tip of Vancouver Island in British Columbia. And people that come to Nimmo Bay are usually looking for adventure, wilderness, for wildlife. Oftentimes guests leave in tears just feeling so moved by the place. What really appealed to us about Flywire originally was just their ease in payments for credit cards, because at the time our credit card payment was not easy by any stretch. People would have to go to the bank to do a bank wire transfer, or they'd have to call us with their credit card information. We'd have to write it down. There was a lot of room for error, and if someone had a trouble with a bank wire, we'd have to try to resolve it on our own. If not, we'd have to call the bank. It was just very complicated. There was nothing easy about our payment system. One of the great things about Flywire is it will automatically convert into their currency if they wish, and they have the option of paying by credit card or by wire transfer, and it's just a click right from their living room, right from their computer, right from their phone. So it's just made the payment process so much simpler and easier for them. I've been totally blown away with how much it really transformed our payment system for both our side of things as well as our guest side of things. Within our work week, we save about 25% of our time not having to worry about payments. It really allows us to focus on our customer care and really giving us the space and time to really focus on our guest experience. I can't say enough good things about Flywire and how it's transformed our business. We've saved money with Flywire, and just working with the Flywire team has been an absolute delight.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much once again to our silver sponsor, Flywire, for their support for this event. Now, really glad to welcome our next speaker. She is a good friend of Pada, a good friend of mine as well. She is the Group Head of Media Partnerships at APAC for TripAdvisor, and she'll be presenting about wellness and luxury consumer trends and insights. It is always a pleasure to have her with us. She is a great presenter. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome my good friend and a good friend of Pada's, Miss Sarah Matthews.
Sawadee. Hi, everyone. Hope everyone's well. I only wish we could do this in person in the beautiful land of Thailand. I'm going to be sharing with you some of the latest insights that we're seeing after the pandemic, and it's still going on. And the great news, as you've heard from speakers previously, is that travel is resilient. We see this all the time. And I will say this, that if the pandemic has proven anything, it's proven that travel is a necessary. People need to travel to feel physical wellness as well as mental wellness. And I think, my favorite phrase right now is the revenge travel. And I hear people talking about it where they're going to go on longer trips. They're going to go on back-to-back trips. So what we want to look at is How do we manage consumers as they start traveling? And what does that mean for Asia Pacific? So let's go to sharing my screen. So hopefully you can all see my screen. As Paul mentioned, a longtime partner of Parter. I'm normally traveling around Asia Pacific. I'm rarely at home, but since the pandemic, I've been stuck in Hong Kong. And there are some benefits, because one of the things I've discovered are new things to do within my own backyard. And I think when we think about travel, and one of the key things that's changed is that traditionally we look at both international and domestic only. And what we're really seeing is local travel. Now, if you live in Singapore and Hong Kong, domestic and local doesn't seem a huge difference. But if you're living in Thailand, your local could be, what am I doing this weekend in Bangkok? If you live in Bangkok and you don't have choices to go other places. And that's been really interesting, because it's actually developed new tourism products. And I think many of those are going to be here to stay, and they actually enhance the traveler experience. So it's been wonderful after, especially for Asia Pacific, where after nearly 18 months, we're starting to see borders opening up. Great to see Thailand opening up, great to see Singapore, and good to hear that New South Wales in Australia is opening on the 1st of November. Maldives, as mentioned, has been doing a great job with opening in 2020. So when we asked our consumers on our recent survey, the great news is that with borders opening up, that's going to have a major impact on travel. And we're seeing that particularly out of Europe and Asia Pacific. The US right now, even though they've actually been very active and healthy in traveling, a lot of that is still very focused on domestic and very regional. Part of the challenge for Asia Pacific is that because we've had fairly conservative border controls, I think a lot of people aren't fully aware of what's happening. And because ultimately there are still so many different rules from different countries, it's really our role to ensure that consumers understand what it means to travel to Asia Pacific, what are the guidelines in place, and so that they can start preparing. We've seen a lot of people in Europe and even in the US where they have looked at international destinations, but in the past few months, they've been very heavily focused on Europe and within the Americas region. Not as many people looking at Asia Pacific, and part of that reason is because of those restricted guidelines. So I think it's really critical that destinations are engaging with consumers now to let them know what is happening. What's interesting as well is, where are they going? And that's a fascinating one. So we asked them, were they looking to go to new destinations, old destinations, or an equal of both? And interestingly enough, majority are looking to go to new, lesser known destinations, which is really exciting. This helps, obviously, when we talk about dispersal of travel. That's exciting because it gets them to newer places, lesser known places. Obviously, we've got to talk about, are there the right products there? Obviously, does it help with the community? Does it help with sustainability? There are things to work out, but in general, it's great to see that people are looking to go to newer locations. And it's nice to see that they're also looking to do a mix of going to known places and then mixing that up with lesser known. So taking Thailand, I think that's a great example. We are already seeing vaccinated travelers are more keen on going back into cities. Now, that means that hubs like Bangkok, that's going to be great. They're going to stay a few days in Bangkok and then go further afield. So this is a great way to really engage the consumer, creating ideas of how they can discover the country. One of the things we noticed was that during the pandemic, everyone was wanting to be outdoors, right? Indoor activities were were of less interest. Road trips really became a key factor. Again, you'll have to excuse folks like myself who live in Hong Kong or in Singapore. can't really do a 3-4 day road trip. But if you think somewhere like Thailand, Australia, Japan, Indonesia, Malaysia, all of these places, there is an opportunity to really focus on the road trips. And you can focus on the wellness and luxury side. So curating specific experiences that resonate with travelers. When you think about that travel experience, that community, if they are flying into Bangkok, how can they drive from there over to Khon Kaen? And what will that road trip look like? And so what we see is that road trips are here to stay. We see a lot of consumers wanting to do more road trips as we go into 2022. So what's really exciting is that people, as I mentioned, are wanting to travel. You've heard that from previous speakers before. What we see on TripAdvisor is that 75% are intending to travel internationally and are in the early stages of planning. This is the time to engage them as quickly as possible. There are a lot of places that people want to go to. You've heard previously that safety is a big concern. Government restrictions are still a big concern. So the clearer the information, the easier it is to help the traveler understand and help them plan effectively. You also heard previously that health and wellness and sustainability are super key topics that people are looking for. And what we see from our consumers is that 75% are very interested in a vacation focused on health and wellness. And as you heard, from the CVP of Banyan Tree, it's not about, hey, I'm going to go for a massage. It's really about their own personal wellness and health within the environment that they're in, and how do they immerse themselves without taking away. And I think that's something for a lot of destinations and a lot of businesses to think about, the adaptation of your products. And what's really good news to hear is that 73 are willing to spend more on sustainable accommodation when traveling. So keeping those top of mind and how you are building your business and your destination is really critical to driving the type of audience you're looking for. As mentioned, 2 out of 3 travelers are willing to pay more for sustainable travel. So something to think a little bit about. Got to be a bit careful when we think about sustainability and community tourism, that we're really being authentic and not creating products that actually in the end don't support that community or the environment. We've all experienced 2020 living in Hong Kong. We were one of the first cities in the world to start facing the pandemic. And what we see is across all of our demographic groups, 45% listed relaxation as what they're seeking on their next trip. So again, relaxation isn't just lying on the beach. It's going to be different elements. And it's an opportunity for you to think about, well, what does that look like? For Thailand, is it the road trips that we talked about? Is it through hiking? We saw that hiking and kayaking and outdoor activities were really top of mind when people were looking at activities during the pandemic. How can you adapt those into opportunities for your destination? Can you start thinking about what that might look like for travelers? So what we wanted to look at was sort of understand a little bit more about some of the travelers that we're seeing. And there are really 3 categories of travelers we're seeing: the early explorers, people who are wanting to go longer, and the demand for luxury. The early adventurers, there were people who traveled in 2020, and a lot of those were out of Europe and in the US. And what we know already is that we can see that 41% of those early adventurers have already booked their trip this year. And they are continuing to book in advance, especially when we look at unvaccinated travelers. What we also see is that early adventurers are 5 times more likely to be traveling internationally than taking a staycation. And again, that's really important to think about. How do you talk to those early adventurers? What are they looking for? Family travel is also going to be a key part. What governments need to think about across the region is, what does that mean for children who cannot get vaccinated? If you've got a young child, how does that work? So you've got to make sure that your policy is very clear on what you're asking for in relation to families and when they're traveling. People are looking to go longer. They're looking to take longer international and domestic trips, and they're looking to stay longer, which is great news for a lot of businesses. One question I get asked a lot about is, well, what about the workation? Are we going to see people spend 3 to 6 months in a destination? You will, but it's not as big as you think. And there are reasons for that, partly because one of the things I think you can talk about in the pandemic is that we've all had to learn to adapt really quickly. And that's not just the travel sector. Corporations and HR are going to have to work out, well, what does that look like? Can people work in that destination if they don't have a company there because of legalities? And there's also things like tax, which I have no idea about, but I'm sure someone somewhere will want their taxes paid. So we do see that there is that desire for the workation, but it's not as long as people think. It's probably between 1 to 4 weeks, possibly up to 6. We do have a smaller percent that are looking at that longer 3-month stay. We talked about demand for luxury, but where is that coming from? Well, what we saw was that in 2020, millennials were really saving a lot more than in previous years. And what we see is 32% of high-income millennials are in fact planning to increase their travel spend in 2021. And that's more than double the average respondent. So that's really interesting. Now, some important areas here, which I'm sure you all know. If you're a millennial, you'll know this. I, unfortunately, am not a millennial. You never call a millennial a tourist. That's a word that they don't like to be associated with. They are really looking for, again, that personalized experience, but it is about them being immersed in the environment, about them being immersed in the culture. So thinking about what that looks like. And as we saw, we see on TripAdvisor that the high income millennial is really going to drive the post-pandemic travel boom. And so what does that look like? So as I mentioned, 34%, what we saw on TripAdvisor, saved more in 2020 compared to 20 previous years. 51% of our users are younger than 35, and 32% of high-income millennials are planning to increase their travel spend. So really quickly, because I know I'm eating a lot of time, but data is something that we're really passionate about. So as I mentioned, there is a correlation between vaccination rates and traveler confidence. And what we see is that on the left-hand side, you can see that vaccinated travelers, their behavior in planning and booking. So in the brown, you can see that they're actually already booked, whereas unvaccinated travelers, they're at 5%. Similarly with planned international, 34% of vaccinated travelers are planning their international, whereas for unvaccinated, it's still only 25%. So something to bear in mind when we look at that. So as many of you hopefully should know is that in June of last year, we launched our travel safety feature. It's a free service. What we've seen is that it is now one of the top filters being used on TripAdvisor when people are searching. They're looking for hotels, restaurants, experiences to understand what that business is doing and what they as a consumer need to prepare. We also have travelers reviews that actually they can actually add more specific reviews related to safety measures, and travelers can actually have a direct Q&A with business owners related to safety measures. What we've seen since the launch is that businesses that have listed their safety measures are seeing 3 times greater recovery than without. I'm not going to go through this listing, but really simply put, travelers want information. Now, some of the interesting ones, we know about public spaces, information about local COVID conditioning. But if you're a luxury property, luxury tour operator, any business, you should be thinking about information about where is the local healthcare facility? Do you have doctors that come to the property? Do you need a proof of negative test result? Do you use a QR code to do that? All of that is what the consumer is looking for. Paul, I don't know if we have time for questions. If we do, I'm happy to take that. I'm going to stop sharing and come straight back over here. But if there isn't, no worries. And we've lost Paul.
Oh yes, we do have some. Hello, yes, we do have some time for questions. So, sorry, I should have mentioned before. If you have any questions for Sarah, feel free to drop it in the Q&A. As I pointed on your earlier today, there's a Q&A function up top. You can also put it in the comments. Actually, I can't see both as well. But yeah, I mean, I'll start with a couple questions on my own. So thank you so much, Sarah, for that presentation. You always have a great presentation. It shows some great data. Now, we've talked a bit about safety and the importance of that. What about sustainability? Is that something on the top priority of travelers' behaviors and the choices they're making? Do you see that continuing?
I do, but I also think it needs to be accessible for the consumer. It needs to not be overly complicated. You know, there is this desire, right? We want to travel. There is that pent-up demand. We know that travelers are willing to pay more. And you also have to look at it from different groups and from different regions, right? You know, an example of that, for example, group travel probably will take a lot longer to come back because people are wary about traveling with other people they don't know. So it's really about the FIT. So thinking about that, you've got to package it in a way that's easy. The other thing I didn't mention, but it's absolutely critical besides sustainability and safety, is flexi. Especially for Asia Pacific, it is critical that consumers feel that sense that I can cancel, I can shift very easily. We've seen that with airlines, for example, where consumers are looking to book directly with airlines because they need that ease of change. You know, no matter how we you know, travel is resilient, what we know is that because of the early stages of the pandemic, it has sort of made consumers a little bit like, okay, if I'm going to book, what do I need? We've seen an increase, for example, where travelers are absolutely booking and buying insurance because they want to be covered. So that when we think about travel, that has to be that entire eco journey. So I think, yes, it is there. But I think it, again, needs to be accessible for all.
Yeah. So about those probably three main factors then you're talking about. So you're talking about safety will be one, sustainability, and flexibility were probably the three main factors in sort of travelers' behaviors and what they're choosing.
Yeah, I mean, and I think those are important ones. There's so much more. I mean, you know, the other things you need to think about, right? We really now cannot look at ourselves as an individual business and that's it. Because the traveler now, when they're thinking about flying, and again, I'm going to take the family, right? Paul, you've got a family. If you're thinking about going overseas, you're going to think about not just yourself and your partner and your child. You have to think about the entire journey. What's it going to be like from the moment I leave home to getting to Bangkok airport, to getting to, you know, New York airport, do I get into a taxi? What kind of transportation? When I go out eating, when I go out doing stuff, especially when we reverse that and look at Asia Pacific, because there are different rules and guidelines. Think about how we've all lived. It's been very different region by region. I live in Hong Kong. Everyone is still masked up. Singapore is the same, right? We have a QR code before we go into any restaurant or shopping center or anything. So that's a big difference. And so the different markets will have different behaviors. Now, it's not going to be long term, but there is that interim stage as we kind of readapt ourselves and get used to it. Because for many of us, it will be 2 years that we've been living with this. And so the behaviors will be very different.
Yeah, I mean, we think on our end, I mean, we're looking at maybe 2 to 3 years before we get to even close to numbers of pre-pandemic. But, you know, I always say that looking at everyone's always comparing 2019 numbers, but, you know, 2019 was a banner year for travel. So, you know, even if you just got to 2016 or 17 numbers, I think most people would be happy. I'm going to talk about, you had mentioned, you know, what.
Cool.
Yeah,
I'll
sure.
just add one thing there. Let's not look at arrival numbers. Let's look at economic impact. That's a much better way to gauge. And are you getting that loyalty? Are you getting that traveler to experience more as opposed to, hey, let's just get volume, right?
Yeah, and that's something that we've at Pod have always been advocating for. Looking at IVAs is incorrect, right? We need new measurements going forward, not just spends, but also impacting the local communities and making sure that the money actually is being benefit for all. Now, I wanted to go back to something you said. You said group travel will come late. What's your opinion about corporate travel? I mean, do you see is corporate travel? I've seen some numbers about maybe say 25% decline. What's your thought on that? And what numbers do you see from TripAdvisor?
We don't actually have specific numbers for that, so I can't really say. I will say for myself, I am looking to go back on the road. I might not do it to the level I was doing, and I think in the past I was sort of on the road about 3.5 weeks out of a month, and that's a lot to take. But I think, the reason why travel, whether it's corporate or leisure, the reason why it will always be there is because of the human connection, right? That's never going to go away. As great as it is to have this on a virtual, right? If I was with you guys in Thailand during our coffee break, we would be able to have a further conversation, right? We'd be able to dive deeper into whatever topics we wanted to dive deeper into. And I think that whilst we've seen the virtual world being very efficient and it's great, it hasn't actually necessarily supported that human to human connection. And so I do think eventually it will, but it may look differently, right? So you may have that corporate plus leisure travel being that extension, that workation, but it's not as long as people think it will be.
And do you have any data? Like I've we've seen some trends where people are stacking trips, right? So if you're going overseas, you'll stack trips now. Is that what you're seeing in your data? You're seeing people like stacking multiple trips, or is it more just one in destination and then you're just spending time in destination going home?
We certainly see the desire for multi-trips. We don't again have specific data as to the number of destinations they're looking at. I think for APAC right now, my biggest focus is we've got to get, Europeans and American eyeballs looking at Asia, because right now they are focused on, well, I'm just going to go to Greece instead, because I don't know who is open and I don't know what all of those individual guidelines are. And I don't want to be caught out like I was last time. And so as a whole, we absolutely need to create that awareness, because there has been so many changes. So I think, it's really important. And hopefully this is something across the Asia Pacific region is developing some kind of cohesiveness in terms of opening up and what are the guidelines. But at the very least, let people know that you're open. And what does that mean for them? So that safety feature is really critical, sharing that information.
I mean, does TripAdvisor show that information? If I go to the site, do I see like, if I'm booking a trip to Thailand, does TripAdvisor show that information about, what are the policies?
We've got a link there, which has the COVID safety. But what also helps is that when you're choosing your hotels and let's say you filter out, I just want luxury accommodation. What you then see is you can then actually add another filter, which is I only want ones that have travel safety feature.
Okay. Oh, interesting. Well, I mean, if you have any questions, I think we have a few more minutes with Sarah. Always a pleasure to be with her. But yeah, if you have any questions, feel free to drop them in the comments or the Q&A. Either one is fine. I just realized that I can actually see both fairly easily. So yeah, you mentioned, we would love to be able to travel again and see each other in person. It's always a pleasure meeting with you, Sarah, on site and in person. So, I mean, what's one, I would say then, if there's questions, I'm going to just have you say one big takeaway that people should remember, as we look towards restarting travel. It's not just destinations, but any tourism stakeholder. What's the biggest thing that they should sort of keep in mind as we look to reopen travel?
I'll use 2 words. I think it's critical to be efficient and adapt. One of the things that the travel industry needs to learn from this is that we have to move fast. There can't be a lot of discussion or debate. You need to adapt quickly. And we certainly saw some destinations do that. We saw some people do that, but not to the extent that I would have liked. It was great to see Maldives moving no matter what. That was their key focus. And that, I think, was a really positive space. You know, if you think about safaris in Kenya, right, there were no people going on safaris, but the government decided to fund tour guides to create videos. Now, eventually they hired a crew to do that, but it was great because they took that time when there was no travel to rebuild their content library, to redevelop the types of products. This would have been a good opportunity, and hopefully lots of people have done that. Is, hey, our landmarks, traditionally we charge X amount of dollars. As we look at return of travel, we want to manage footfall, we want to manage the, you know, how we protect the landmark. Well, this is what we're going to charge, or this is where we're going to change the structure of how people go and where do they go to manage that. If you're a tour operator that was focused purely on international travel, did you develop some new really cool things to do as a local? One example, it didn't happen in Hong Kong, but you know, for example, I live on one of the islands and it's filled with Chinese medicinal herbs. One of the tour guides here could have easily have created a walking tour for locals where they could discover the different types of herbs, take them to a herbalist and have that experience. It's authentic, it's real, it's outdoors. You can then take that and adapt that for the international. So I think that's the greatest takeaway is, you know, travel is resilient, but we as an industry really need to adapt and move. No matter what, we're moving forward at one pace so that you are constantly finding solutions and you have to engage. You cannot be silent at all. And we saw that in our surveys where we've asked consumers, they really wanted to hear from travel companies. They wanted to hear from brands. They didn't necessarily want to be sold to, but what they wanted to hear was, well, what are you doing? And I know that so many travel businesses did amazing stuff to support frontline workers. It was really about making sure you were getting that messaging out. So efficient adaptability for the future.
Yeah, we've heard that many times, you know, making sure that you communicate, make sure you're still top of mind. And yes, it's extremely important, especially in this day, to be able to adapt to the evolving landscape right now. Things change on a daily basis. Sarah,
Right.
it's always a pleasure. I hope we can see each other face to face soon. You know, Thailand's open, so November 1st, you should try to make it over here.
I would love to. We just need Hong Kong to not require the 2 weeks hotel quarantine. But the moment I don't need to do that, I am over there with you guys and love Thailand, every part of it, somewhere I've been so many times. So thank you to Pada. Great speaking with you all. Thanks, Paul, and Sawadee Ka.
Sawadee ka. Thank you so much, Sarah, and thank you to all our friends over at TripAdvisor. Always a pleasure, Sarah, and hopefully we can see each other soon. Take care. Okay, so we've heard some trends and insights from TripAdvisor. I know probably a lot of you will ask about presentations. Some of the presentations from our speakers will be available, not all of them, because of course they're, you know, but we will make them available. What we can make available, we'll make available to all the delegates after the event. So just keep an eye out from an email from our events team after the end of the event. So we've come to our next session. We will have it earlier today. We heard a little bit from the governor of Thailand about the reopening. So following this quick video from BBC, we'll actually have an interview with BBC and TAT. But before we get to that, let's have a quick 1-minute video from BBC and about some travel insights they're seeing on their end. So without further ado, please sit back and enjoy this quick video. Well, as you can see from that and from the previous presentations, safety is the number one priority for many travelers when they're making to book a destination or a hotel. So please do take that concern as you look to reopen travel. Make sure you follow your destination safety protocols and make sure you be able to communicate that to all your clients out there. So, as I said before, we will now next move into the next session. Earlier today, we heard about the reopening of Thailand from the governor, Yuthassak Supasorn. And now we're going to hear a bit more about Thailand, their reopening plans, their protocols. And with that, can I get the slide up? Yes, so now we'll have a quick fireside chat between TAT and BBC. And with us from BBC, we have their Asia business correspondent and presenter, Ms. Mariko Oy. And she'll be sitting down with the executive director for the Americas region from the Tourism Authority Thailand, Kun Tirasil Tapen. Hopefully I pronounced those names correctly. If not, I sincerely apologize. So yeah, during the session, we'll hear a bit more about what is happening in Thailand, how TAT is working with their stakeholders, and get a little more in depth about their reopening plans. So with that, please welcome Ms. Mariko Oy and Kun Tirasil Tapen.
Hi there, thank you for that introduction. My name is Mariko Oy. I work for the BBC as a reporter and presenter. And as we've just been introduced, I'll be speaking to Mr. Tirasil Tapen, who's the Executive Director of the Americas region from Tourism Authority of Thailand. So thank you for taking the time. I guess my first question to you is, I guess it's been a very, very long journey after all the lockdowns and all the travel restrictions that were imposed. So, if you could maybe talk us through what kind of measures you had to implement before deciding to open borders and allow international tourists into Thailand.
First of all, I just want to say thank you to Porta to organize this kind of forum. And good morning for Thailand's time for everybody. And you asking about the measure before we open Thailand. I can say that from the speech of the Prime Minister, or as you may know or may hear about the progress about reopening Thailand, we definitely mark the date, the 1st of November is the first date of reopening Thailand after the sandbox approach, okay. So it means that we will apply all the procedure from the sandbox approach into the other areas or other destinations, especially on the province as a potential or the main tourist attractions. For example, Pattaya, Chiang Mai, Hua Hin, and so on and so forth. And it will come, and especially Bangkok. This is the main hub of entering Thailand also. So the date of starting is the 1st of November. So the measure, now I can say that we are working on two sides. The first one, CCSA or the COVID Command Center in Thailand, they are now working together with various parts, the government sector and private sector, to issue as soon as possible the list of the countries that are allowed to enter Thailand without quarantine. In the Prime Minister's speech, we may have heard that we have 5 countries, right? Okay, but I can promise you for sure there are much more. Okay, the first one on this side. On the other side, on the supply side, the provincial authority has been delegated the power to consider the procedure to enter their own area. So this is now easier for them to set the regulation for the tourists to enter their area. So this kind of two sides of working will be lying together, and it will be issued before the 1st of November for sure.
So you talked about those regulations in place. Maybe if you could talk us through some of the details, what exactly are foreign tourists coming in expected to do, but also, what measures the hotels and all the transportation companies and so on, they're asking their staff to do.
Okay, let's start with before they fly to Thailand. They must have like RT-PCR test before they fly. Actually, we need it, really need it for safety reason. When they enter Thailand, entering Thailand, after that, in day 1 or day 0, they must have again. And if their result is negative, they can go around the country. But in that condition, I mean, go around the country means go into, for example, go to Chiang Mai. If Chiang Mai, they set the regulation of they need another RT-PCR again, you have to do this, for example. And I think the SHAR Plus, you may have heard about it. The SHAR Plus is an amazing Thailand Safety Health Administration scheme. We gather all more than 10 types of tourism business together and standardize them for the safety reason. This will be, in the consideration, for making the route or making the trips for people. Some kind of, it's not the seal route actually, because the seal route we use for sandbox, like for example, from Phuket to Samui. But this is not the sea route, but the service that the traveler we use must have SHAR Plus, for example.
And of course, they all have to be vaccinated as well, don't they? But
yes,
so as
yes, I forgot that because this is very, very vital to when we make a public relations, we have to make sure or to ensure the safety for the local people and for the international tourists coming to Thailand also. That's the confidence.
Indeed. And I guess, as you said, on the 1st of November, you'll be opening more areas, including Bangkok, which is obviously a lot bigger city than other destinations that have gone through some of the experiments. So are there any additional measures that you have decided to implement for Bangkok because of its size and obviously it being a very crucial part of the economy as well?
The case of Bangkok is quite complicated because it's a big city, maybe now the Bangkok Metropolitan Authority is now working day to day, 24 hours, around the clock with TAT and our partners to set the regulations. For example, the trade show that we can accept if in case we have another spreading of the virus again after reopening. These have to be set but this kind of regulation is not common. It's not common. It will be different. Maybe from Bangkok, Chiang Mai, Udon Thani, or Hua Hin area. It depends on the situation of the local area. Okay.
I want to go back to the potential threat of new variant later as well. But let me ask you this first. Obviously the impact on the tourism sector has been enormous. So how did you work with the private sector, hotels, transport, everything, to reassure the safety of all the residents?
Okay. As I earlier mentioned about SHAR scheme, we have gathered more than 10 types of tourism business together and standardize them. This is to ensure the safety and healthy operation in their business. And the most important thing is that Rome is not built in one day because SHAR has been introduced since May 2021. It's more than 6 months. And now it's quite strong and it's already included in our sandbox approach and will be applied to another reopening area also. So the most important thing of the SHAR scheme is now SHAR scheme is recognized by WTTC, the World Travel and the World Tourism and Travel Council. So they recognize the standard of SHAR. So I mean, the joiner or the partner in the SHAR scheme can show that certificate of SHAR and in the same time the certificate of WTTC in that business in the same time. Okay, this is quite international.
Indeed. What were, meanwhile, the challenges that you faced, as you try and implement the systems?
The challenge thing, as we have met together in the rehearsal room that I mentioned earlier, is some kind of the mutation of the virus or the variant of the virus. The situation of coronavirus or COVID-19 is very fluid every day. It changes every day. So I think the process of thinking or the approach to cope with this is to apply a principle of PDCA, or I mean plan, do, check, act every minute and every step, just to ensure that our safety and health and to minimize the adverse effect as much as possible.
You talked about a possible another variant, and I think that's what many people are concerned about. Have you decided on the rules of what will be the point where you have to revise reopening of the borders, if you start seeing outbreaks and so on in various provinces, maybe?
Yes, definitely we are working on it. I mean, we are supporting the information to the CCSA to make a decision making and to rank the low risk country. So I mean, if we have the information about the variant in some countries, we could not put them in the low risk country. So that's our prevention and protection.
I guess as advice to other places thinking of opening their borders and accepting international tourists, what lessons did you learn? If you were to do this again, were there anything that you would have done differently?
Okay, lesson learned about sandbox. I will definitely focus on the sandbox experience because it's very clear. You know what? Our common goal with the partners in tourism industry might be the same, our common goal, but the means always different. So we have to listen. We have to listen and compromise. I mean, the technique of this kind of thing is to cope with them with, tons of workshop and meetings already done in the past few months to deliver all the system on and manufacture that facilitate the influx of the tourists in the sandbox. So the main thing is to talk together and find a way that proper to everyone, and then you will get the cooperation from every part of it. Yes.
Would you say that the Phuket Sandbox program was success though overall?
I can say yes, a big yes, because so far so good. From July until February next year, the room nights booking is already over. Let me check again. Almost 900,000 room nights. That's fantastic, isn't it? And at the moment, more than 50,000 tourists are enjoying their holiday in Phuket, and they are extending their trip to Samui, another sandbox also. Yes.
And I guess one more question before we end this session. I'm personally very curious because I'm speaking to you from Singapore, which has also started allowing some foreign tourists, but we also have very strict rules of, wearing masks or, only going out in a group of 2. And I've even noticed, some of them walking around in a bigger group. So I guess, the hotels and the private sector will be crucial in rolling out this system as more tourists come into your country. If there was someone who was not following the rules, for example, do you have any advice as to how, staff at the hotel and so on should handle the situation?
Okay, at the first stage of reopening, I still focus on the Shah Plus Hotel. I will focus on the Shah Plus Hotel and tourism service only, because we can guarantee the safety and healthy condition of your traveling. So Shah Plus Hotel means the staff must have vaccination. Most of them, over 80%, over 80% will have vaccination before they give the service to their guests. So I will focus on the Shah Plus scheme again. Yeah.
Great. I think we had 15 minutes to discuss all the topics, and I think we've come to the end of the session. Thank you so much for answering all my questions, Tirasil Tapin from Tourism Authority of Thailand. Back to you.
Okay, thank you very much for having me today, and I hope that this forum will be contributing to everybody, and tomorrow's session will be the business session, and I hope you find your business well. Thank you so much. See you next time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Back to me. All right. Well, thank you very much, Kun Tirasil, and thank you much, Mariko, so much for that very engaging, insightful fireside chat. We'll be back with Mariko later today because she'll be doing a session. We've heard a little bit from the public side about what's happening in Thailand, and later today she'll be moderating a session hearing from the private sector about the reopenings and how they're dealing with the reopenings and planning for the November 1st opening. So thank you so much, Mariko, and thank you very much, Kun Tirasil.
Pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I said we'll hear a bit back from Mariko later today. She'll be moderating a session for Destination Insights for Thailand with BBC. Said we'll be looking a bit more from the private sector. She'll be joined by a hotelier and DMC. So we'll see how what's their challenges and opportunities as Thailand looks to open in November 1st. I think we're just waiting for another speaker. So I said, if you have any questions whatsoever about today's event, feel free to reach out to us. You can always put it into the comments section. You can email the events team. The email is events@para.org. As was mentioned by Kun Tirasil, tomorrow is the trade show. So there's opportunity for you to schedule meetings with our sellers. We have sellers from Thailand. So if you're a buyer and you're looking to at Thailand and look at for more information about the reopening plans, the procedures and guidelines, please do reach out to the sellers. They can help you sort of navigate the current situation. But besides Thailand, we have sellers from all across the region. So if you haven't booked an appointment, book an appointment today. For tomorrow. We also accommodate all time zones, so don't be afraid to suggest a time zone outside of of Asia. If you're in the US or UK, feel free to pick a time that accommodates your schedule as well. So I believe our speaker's here. So let me get to the next slide here. And we've come to our first panel discussion, and we'll be looking at holistic wellness in Asia. We have a great lineup of speakers, but I will only introduce the moderator for that, and she will introduce the rest of her panelists. So with us, moderating the next session on holistic wellness in Asia, she's the founder and managing director of Vin and Vigor, based out of Singapore. She's also the co-founder and editor-in-chief of The Soothe. So ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure and honor to welcome Miss Linda Williams.
Hello, Paul. How are you? It's great to be here today.
I'll leave this up to you. I'll leave it up to you. You can go ahead and introduce.
Yeah, so today we're going to be talking about holistic wellness in Asia. I run a PR platform called Women Vigor, but I also am editor-in-chief of The Soothe, which is a media platform focused solely on well-being in Singapore and Southeast Asia. So today we really wanted to understand the wellness appetite and what's really been happening on the ground here in Asia over the last 18 months, and how that really is going to be impacting travel and what people really want to be traveling for and what they want to get out of a wellness experience. So first up, I have Toby Uvry. He is head coach in Integral Asia here in Singapore. He's a fantastic mindfulness and meditation teacher. He's one of the best in Singapore. He also used to be a Buddhist monk many years ago. So he has lots of wisdom and advice to share, and he can tell us a little bit about what he's been seeing with his clients and his workshops here in Singapore. I also have Dervla Luli, who is the founder of Compare Retreats up in Hong Kong, but it's a global platform that actually looks at the best wellness and spa resorts in the world, a lot of which have been reviewed as well by Dervla. And she's going to be telling us a little bit about what has been happening on the wellness scene with regards to bookings in wellness resorts, what people are really looking for both globally and also in Asia. And last but certainly not least, we have Woon Ho Lee, who's the Executive Director of Wellbeing at Banyan Tree. And Banyan Tree is a fantastic luxury resort chain that spans 40 properties around the world with a focus on health and well-being. So without further ado, let's get started in terms of what's really been happening on the ground here in Asia. We all know that Asia has some of the strictest COVID restrictions and lockdowns and quarantines, which has had a huge impact on mental health. I've seen with The Soothe of all the amazing mental health practitioners that I have got to interview over the last year. First of all, just how busy they are. They've never been busier, but also a lot of the key themes that they've been seeing with their clients coming through the door, and how the current landscape of how we're living today is really impacting them and how it's impacting their health. So Toby, can you first of all tell us a little bit about what you do day to day in your practice and what you've been really seeing with your clients over the last 18 months?
Okay, thank you, Linda. So a lot of what I do is essentially helping people to navigate their external challenges by building an appropriate internal mindset that's help them to enjoy the challenges rather than feel overwhelmed and stressed by what they're experiencing. So really one paradigm that I've been thinking about a lot as we've been going through the last 2 years is it's kind of a little bit like, I used to be a Buddhist monk back in the day, and it's kind of like when you go on a longish retreat and you have to stay in one place, very limited variety of external change that you have. So you're locked in a house most of the time in one particular room. Maybe you have one walk that you go on, and so it's kind of like, well, how do you survive that? And so for a lot of people, it seems like that's kind of almost happened, where previously they had a lot of movement, a lot of choice, a lot of options, and if they were feeling down, they could simply change their situation. Now we've been in a situation where you can't change your externals so easily. You can't just up and leave if you feel like you need a break. So you're really placed in a situation where your relationship to yourself becomes all important, and that probably three overwhelming adjectives that I've been hearing from corporate clients and from one-to-one coaching clients is tired, overwhelmed, exhausted. And this is obviously not physically or literally physically tired, overwhelmed, and exhausted. It's emotionally and mentally exhausted. By what? Partly, I think it's just this extended amount of time that we have to spend with our own mind.
Yeah.
Which for many people is genuinely challenging.
Yes.
Previously, you would be distracted and in a certain sense naturally balanced by the movement from the outside. Now it's all your time with yourself, with your habits of thinking, your habits of emotion, and people have been finding that really exhausting and overwhelming.
Yeah, absolutely. I can imagine. And what kind of coping mechanisms do you advise on to help them get through? I know it's a bottomless pit, but top level.
Yeah, I mean, it's on a simple level. If you think about what would normally be happening is, because you'd be commuting, because you'd be traveling, because there would be a lot more variety in your external world, a lot more of your natural attention would be on your senses, be focused on just simply the logistics of navigating your senses. And because you're moving into different environments, there's a certain novelty, so that naturally captures your attention. So your sensory attention is a natural balancing factor for your mental attention, mental and emotional attention. So I would say that you need to use your senses to balance your mind, meaning to the extent that your attention is focused on your senses, to that extent you're not thinking too much. The more your attention is sensory, the less mental and conceptual your attention is. So one really simple tool is just to make sure that you are consciously and deliberately spending time in sensory awareness, even if you can't change your situation as much as you would like. So simply getting out for a walk every day and really deliberately paying attention to the sensory experience of the trees, of the water, of the nature you have around you, and during the day really kind of making sure that you're noticing your surroundings and using the consistency and the predictability of your surroundings for you rather than against you, to build a sense of groundedness, a sense of not being stuck in a mental loop all the time. So that's one major thing, is to continue to use your senses to balance your mind, but bearing in mind, normally you would have had that natural sensory awareness. Your attention would naturally moving towards sensory awareness because you are changing your scenario a lot more. So now you just have to be a lot more deliberate about it, because the outer surroundings are more consistent and not changing so much. So being also it boils down to a lot of things like thinking better quality. So again, when your life is busy and it's all changing a lot externally, you can get away with quite a lot of mental dysfunction, if you understand what I mean, right?
Yeah, you have distractions.
Right, but when you're spending a lot of time with yourself and your own mind, any dysfunction there is kind of accentuated. So any way in which you could improve your quality of thinking, the way in which you frame things mentally, is going to bear huge dividends, right? So a prerequisite for thinking better is kind of learning to think a little bit slower. So think a little bit less, think a little bit higher quality. So if you could think 15% less and 50% better quality, then you're going to discover that has a huge impact on your life. We don't realize how much the internal choices we're making about the way we think are affecting our perception of how our life is.
So when it comes to travel and well-being, what will be exceptionally helpful for people, you're saying, is providing them with the opportunity to get grounded, reconnect with themselves and nature, and allowing them to slow down. But also I would also assume that they would also need some form of help with that, because as you were saying, quite often if we travel and we'll go to somewhere beautiful and remote and we're on our own and we're alone with our thoughts, would it not be helpful to have someone there as well to help guide you through what you need to get through?
Right. So I mean, wellness travel and holidays work well already, in the sense of they take you to a space that is new, a place where there's plenty of nature and plenty of sensory enjoyment, which is good for our mental well-being. But what I think would be a great addition to that is, if when they're in those spaces, there was a program of, for example, mindfulness or meditation skills that they could develop at that point, which not only would enhance their experience at the holiday, but would also mean when they go back to their daily life, and let's say we have these ongoing kind of limitations travel-wise and so forth. They have some internal skills that will help them navigate the day-to-day that they take away from their experience, and that continue to give them dividends in terms of their quality of life.
Yes.
That would be one major thing that I would think would be a really good value add to the experience.
Woon Ho, is that something that you're starting to look at doing more in your properties in terms of how you're practicing your wellness programs moving forward?
Yes, Linda, thanks again for Pata for inviting us. Yes, in fact, yes, we already begin to launch this with a new product called the Wellbeing Sanctuary. It is a collection of rooms in various hotels. We first launched it in China, where travel is still fairly active. But our main purpose was to make well-being accessible. So we actually create very simple, like Toby says, mindfulness-based activities, whether it is a simple walk in a garden, conscious grounding, even doing crafts that involve mindfulness practice, to get the guests into the habit of practicing the different pillars of well-being in their daily life. So we begin launching this this year, the first half of this year in China, and we'll be launching 10 of these well-being sanctuaries this year. So this is our first steps towards enabling what we call accessible but yet impactful well-being practices for our guests.
And what's the pickup been like so far?
Well, so far, actually, in China itself, the response has been very positive. Guests felt that instead of just going to another holiday with a beautiful setting, which they totally appreciate. Fortunately, most of our resorts are located in stunning, beautiful locations. They appreciated the fact that beyond just a cultural immersions and a immersion into nature, they are gaining tools, they are gaining knowledge on how to improve their well-being. To be honest, when we first launched it, I was a bit hesitant about the possibility of the take-up, but the response has truly been positive and we're really encouraged by it. So as a result, our plan will be to continue to launch it in more and more of our banyan trees worldwide next year.
And do you have specific trained experts full-time at your properties, or are you getting different external experts to come in and rotate? How are you programming those experiences?
So what we do is the Spa Academy in our Phuket, we are the ones that designed the experience itself. And we have an excellent track record on imparting trainings and so forth. So what we do is we actually craft the experiences and we empower our managers on the ground to do it. Because simply our premise is this: if we are creating something that even our own associates cannot practice, how could we expect our guests who may be taking their first steps on well-being to do so? So we make sure that our associates go through it, they can deliver it, they can experience it, and then we will impart them. But naturally, along the way, during periods, we also would love to invite visiting specialists to all our resorts. So if there are anyone on the ground watching this, we will welcome any participation.
That's a very good point that you just made about getting your staff involved in mental well-being and mindfulness as well. Can you tell us a little bit about what you do at Banyan Tree as a brand for employee welfare?
Well, this year, actually, back in 2018, we already started doing a lot of research because we're observing that as guests become more affluent and our lifestyle become even more connected, people are getting more stressed pre-COVID-19, but it's even more so right now. And when we were attempting to launch the initiatives, COVID struck. So we say, hey, we have already got all the contents ready to roll it out. But then we're thinking, well, if our associates, or what we call our staffs are known as associates, are not well, how can we expect our guests to be well? The idea of happy staff, happy guests. But what we would like to think, in fact, taking one step further, well-being staff, well-being guests, well-being nature. And that's why our core philosophy is like well-being, it's about self, others, and nature. Slight digression. Going back. So in this year itself, our founder, Ms. Claire Chang, personally took the initiative to spearhead a new program we call I Am With You. It is a training based on the tenets of mindfulness-based stress reduction, positive resilience, empathy, and arousing purposefulness in life. So this training is personally spearheaded by her, and we roll it out across all ranks from top to bottom and across properties worldwide, from Mexico all the way to China. So we feel that this is so important in assuring our associates' well-being before we can talk about assuring our guests' well-being. So we rolled it out this year to almost 9,000 of our associates worldwide this year. Yeah.
Awesome. And you briefly touched on wellness of the environment, which as we're getting more into these discussions of holistic wellness, what does that actually mean? And traditionally it used to be, mind, body, soul within yourself, but now people are looking at holistic well-being as looking after our communities, our people, but also our environment. If our environment is sick and our communities are sick, unwell, and not living well, then it impacts us as well. And I feel that we're only just starting to see a shift towards that now. Yes, there's the sustainability, but it's educating people why we need to look after our communities and environment. What do you see? I mean, a lot of great brands such as Banyan Tree and Rosewood and Aman and all the big names in the hospitality industry are championing sustainability and making it part of the way that they do business and present their experiences to their guests. But is booking a sustainable holiday really at the top of people's list when it comes to traveling post-COVID? Because what we're starting to see is people generally just want to go and reconnect with family, number one. And they want to have a change of scenery, whether that's culture or nature. What are your thoughts in terms of the sustainable guests? And I'd love to hear your thoughts, Dervla, after this as well.
I think, first and foremost, it is imperative that all organizations focus on sustainability. So they themselves must play the part, right? Since our inception, well-being and sustainability has always been two of our key core values, and we've always incorporated them into how we operate as a business. Now, I hear you that do guests really want to go on a sustainable holiday? Well, from our findings, actually, we realized that actually consumers are beginning to prefer, and to see that the business that they're patronizing are sustainable and practice corporate social responsibility. I think that there has been a gradual shift to it for sure. I think the shift is there. Yeah. However, to say that you're coming here to say perhaps clean a beach, do conservation works may not likely to be in the top agenda of their guests. We realize that ultimately people are here for holiday, right? They really want to enjoy themselves, like you mentioned, they want to connect with their families. So what we do with the key thing is to weave it into the experiences, to make it accessible. If, like, for example, right, if you take a shower, the shower heads that we use shower heads that conserve water. And you make it easy for the guests, and you educate the guests that this is part of it. We hope you embrace on this. Like all our guests actually donate to our conservation funds, which we use to implement many conservations and sustainability initiatives worldwide. The key is making it accessible and weaving it into the guest experience rather than as a standalone, please do this thingy.
Yes.
If you do that, if you think of big efforts to weave that experience, I think that is key. That is key to educating everyone to say conservation and sustainability can be practiced in pockets in our daily life rather than just a one-off effort. One-off effort is great, fantastic, but we should do it on the pockets in our daily life practices.
No, I absolutely agree. Channel News Asia did this really interesting interview recently, and it came up with just that. And if it costs guests extra time or money, they weren't really interested in doing it. And I do think it's the responsibility of global brands and governments to really drive that agenda.
Yes.
Interesting, Patina Hotels and Resorts, their first property that launched in the Maldives recently, that's a very wellness and sustainably focused hotel. One of their initiatives is actually to start educating children on sustainability. So building artwork out of plastic bottles, taking them with the marine biologist and showing them the impact of plastic waste in the sea, for instance. So really starting from the ground up. So it's really coming from the top down when it comes to sustainability. And Dervla, you really have a bird's eye view on wellness, because your platform isn't just focused on Asia, but global, because you represent basically the world's wellness resources on your platform. Can you tell us a little bit more about what you've seen globally, and really what's happening on Asia now, and can Asia learn from the West or vice versa?
So what we've really seen is that throughout COVID, we've been getting inquiries every day for wellness retreats all over the world. Now, unfortunately, international travel has taken such a hit. So, for example, pre-COVID, we would have a lot of clients from Europe and America coming to Asia, or vice versa, for their wellness retreats or going to South Africa. And now what we're seeing is domestic travel. So in Asia, because it's much smaller. So say, for example, take a country like Hong Kong, we're seeing a lot more kind of wellness staycations, spa staycations, same in Singapore, same in Thailand, same in the Philippines. But then in continental Europe, for example, there's a lot more flexibility about where people can go. So the European and the US domestic travel market has actually jumped back a lot quicker. But with that, people need a lot more flexibility. They want to have really great, cancellation policies. They want to have great perks. It's becoming a lot more competitive to get clients. But what I am finding is that people are choosing to go on less holidays, but the spend is higher. So we're seeing, and then we're also seeing a lot more group travel, because people are tired of being by themselves all the time. So, in 2018 and 2019, solo retreats for 7 to 14 days, these really intense detoxes. Maybe you had like Vipassana retreats were really popular, because everyone was so tired of being in the office and online and interacting all the time. But now what we're finding is that people want to go somewhere fun with their parents, or go somewhere fun with their girlfriends. We have to remember, weddings, birthdays, anniversaries, celebrations, so many things have been canceled. So people are looking to get together. They want things to be flexible. But unfortunately, we're not seeing that international travel bounce back, which is a little bit, I really think it will be a while before we do see that. But the domestic travel market, I just spent 10 months in Europe, and it's super strong. Great.
Yeah. And in terms of the actual wellness programs you just touched on, like the good old detoxes that everyone was into, are you seeing less of that and more of rejuvenation, stress less, more of the mindfulness and meditation programs being popular, or are the detox programs still having their edge?
So we have a very strong online wellness magazine, and so we really we write about everything. So we write about at-home wellness, and we write about wellness travel, as well as the booking portal for booking retreats. What we found is that people are saving these super intense retreats to do at home. So companies like Blessed Herbs that do very intense colon cleanses, for example, at home, people are okay to do it at home now. They kind of feel that when they're going away, they might want to do a more leisurely break. So yes, they would love to meditate from 7 to 8 a.m. every morning, but they also want to go enjoy maybe their dinner and then go to the spa and go on a beautiful walk. So I'm just seeing a little bit less intensity with the wellness, and it's just becoming more relaxed, more flexible, more about going on a holiday as well. So I'll give you a great example. Six Senses recently opened a wonderful retreat in Ibiza. Ibiza is known for being, yes, it's great for wellness, but it's also great for parties. So it's become extremely popular because it's beautiful, it's relaxed, it's sustainable, but you also have that wellness component. And I think what Wim Ho was talking about is that making it accessible, making it approachable. And I'm a huge Banyan Tree fan. I've been going to Banyan Tree for the past 10 years. And You know, I've gone to Banyan Tree on my own. I've gone with my husband. I've gone with friends. I've gone with my mom. And what I love is that there's a very extensive wellness calendar every day where you can go and you can do your yoga. You can go and you can do your walk. You can go and, you know, choose from the healthy options on the menu. And so I'm just seeing more inclusive resorts are actually really booming.
Yeah, so you can literally just fly there and everything's, people don't want to make decisions, do they? Because they're mentally fatigued with coping with the days in and days out of COVID life, and they just want to fly and flop and have someone take care of them, essentially.
And one reason why, the one big differentiator with Compare Retreats, with our collection of 100 properties we work with, is that we've never only been about these small boutique, really intense programs. It's always been inclusive. We really feel like, yes, we can send you on a comprehensive detox for 14 days to somewhere great like Kamalaya or Viva Maya or Lanzerhof. But you can also go to an Amman or a Banyan Tree or a Six Senses and have a much more relaxed type of holiday. And then we even have urban staycations. So Four Seasons in New York, for example, which has an amazing spa, or, you know, you've got all the Mandarin Orientals all around Asia. And the reason why we've been able to survive COVID was because even though we probably have the smallest number of resorts out of any wellness travel aggregator in the world, but we have such a nice spread, you know? So there's something for everyone, which is important to me because my dad is not a yogi. My mom is not a marathon runner. My best friends are more into their mocktails and massages. And then my husband, you know, loves a drink at the end of the night. So I just wanted to create, and a lot of my friends have children. So I just wanted to create something accessible. And I think post-COVID and during COVID, I think that's really key for resorts, you know, who maybe have felt a really big hit. You just need to diversify now, I feel.
Yeah, absolutely. And are you seeing bookings? You mentioned groups, but wellness holidays can be taken solo as well. Have they been declining because people want to reconnect, or have they increased because people really want to have a more of a proactive approach to their mental well-being?
So solo travelers is always going to be one of our main kind of categories of clients. But I will say this, the type of inquiry is changing. It used to be, I want to go away for 14 days on a hiking retreat in the middle of nowhere. And that is now becoming, where can I go to chill out that's going to be really, really nice, but the food is also delicious, and I want a beautiful bedroom and a lot of options. So the traveler is relying a little bit more on the travel specialist, but they want more flexibility and fluidity. Does that make sense?
Yeah. And Woonho, in your China properties, what are the trends there with single, couple, family travel when it comes to well-being?
I think, like you correctly mentioned, right? People have been so isolated for so long. Even in China, they're quarantined, there are lockdowns. The moment they can get out, they really want to connect. They really want to connect either with their friends or their family members. And family travel has always been the mainstream, the key market in our China properties. So our products evolve with them. Our guests has feedback to us that yes, I would love to have well-being or wellness experience activities, but can I have some for my kids, and can I do it with my kids? So I think parents these family travels would be key. Group travels would be key, and I don't see that correctly said that the shift would likely be on group travel than on solo travelers. But surprisingly or not surprisingly, right? I think China consumers are actually very aware of the value and importance of nature, if I may allow to add that. Again, from a survey that we have researched we've done with others, parties, we found out that Chinese consumers are actually very conscious, because I think in Chinese or maybe many of the Asian philosophies, the idea of being in harmony with nature is crucial, is central to their well-being. Like 天人合一, there's a term called to be one with nature, to be one with harmony with the universe. So I think, like I mentioned earlier, if I could add that Chinese consumers are actually very conscious about it. They are fully aware, and I think they live an extremely stressful lifestyle despite the opening, with all the pressures coming from the environment or from the family within. So they're very aware of the importance of harmony with nature to be incorporated into their mental well-being. So we do take that into consideration, and so we created a lot of what we call nature-based or ecotherapy-based experiences for our guests in China.
Awesome. And Toby, going back to you, if we gave you a week to design the ultimate wellness experience for your clients for what they've been through over the last 18 months, what are some of the things that are just absolute necessity that you would ensure that are included in a one week wellness week away in the maybe a banyan tree property?
Right. Well, I think just to echo Woon Ho there, anything that can really take you back to the experience of nature and the kind of the sense of harmony and wellness you get almost by proxy from being in contact with nature. It's almost like, you know, when you're part of a living ecosystem, it's a completely different energetic environment from being stuck in an office or a home office surrounded by 5G. You know what I mean? So that would definitely be a big part of that. But then on the meditation and mindfulness side of things, I'd be looking to leverage on specific types of meditation and mindfulness that enable you to encounter that natural energy and those natural that nature-based harmony more consciously and more comprehensively. So I think people instinctively benefit from it, but there are so many ways in which you can use mindfulness in simple ways to really move deeper into that interface in a way where you're really gathering kind of a deep regenerative experience that could be taught fairly easily to people, that people can understand pretty easily, and then going back it, and so that when they go back into their everyday environment, there will be small elements of nature that are present for them that they can identify and start to work with. So again, I'd be really looking to make sure that I'm linking the skills and the practices in the retreat with things they can be doing back home in a more hostile environment, but nevertheless there is the presence of natural elements in their surroundings. I'd also be looking at to build core psychological elements into it. What does it mean to think and feel well, and how can you build psychological resilience in a way that you really feel like you're thriving in a benign environment like the banyan tree, but then when you go back to war in your everyday life, how can you survive the mother-in-law in the same house as you for the next month, and so on and so forth. So again, just where you can really feel the big benefits whilst you're on retreat, but then you go back and then you're feeling confident. Okay, I think I understand how I can start to apply this in real time under pressure.
Yeah.
And I would also, as well as the nature element of them and the mindset element, I would also include a degree of mobility, movement, because I think that the way in which we hold our body, the way in which we move, has a fundamental impact on the way in which we perceive the world. We think our mind and body are somehow different things. Actually, it's a body-mind rather than a body and a mind. Like there's a mind sitting in the cockpit and the body somehow like a car you're driving. It's a body-mind. So the way in which you hold your body and the way in which you move profoundly influences your perception of who you are and what your world is like. So I'd also be looking to build in some mindful movement, whether you would say yoga or qigong or tai chi, those types of movement that would really help to integrate the mind and body into a team that is working together to produce a sense of sustainable wellness.
Yes.
A final big element would be just getting people to build confidence in not thinking. So if you want to think better and you want to be confident about building positive mental and emotional habits, but one really priceless tool that you can't omit is learn to not think and do nothing.
Which is very hard in today's world because we always have to be productive. We've got a million messages on our phones coming up from goodness knows what platforms. And it's having that guilt-free not thinking. We discuss this in our sessions, don't we? It's about like, how do you not think without feeling guilty for not doing anything and not thinking about anything, and giving yourself that time and space and kindness towards yourself as well.
And how can you value it? Because it's an intangible for a lot of people. It's like, well, maybe it might be okay, but I don't really know when the shit really hits the fan. It goes out the window very quickly. So how can I really learn to value the capacity to not think and to non-do, and understand that it's just super important in terms of sustainable well-being, and the power, its regenerative power is fundamental. And I think you picked up also, it's like noticing how our devices and technology puts us on a hamster wheel of do all the time, and we're colossally overstimulated, which leads to this mental and emotional fatigue, overload, and overwhelm, which is very real for people. If you look at people these days, the face on is just kind of really exhausted by this continuous overexposure to technology, which completely overstimulates our brain and body, which then leads to this kind of sense of exhaustion. It's not like our lives are physically harder than our ancestors from 50, 70, 100 years ago. They're not. They're a lot easier in many ways. But then we got stuck with this wonderful curse of technology, which is a big fat experiment. The results of which are largely unknown. So it's really up to the individual to use your devices like a proper adult. You get what I mean? Because
absolutely. It's like iPad time that you give to 5-year-old kids, and you can have half an hour on it now and then off it for the rest of the day. It's having that accountability. But we are coming to the end of the session now. Thank you all for such brilliant inputs. I think we've learnt really what's happening on the ground in Asia at the moment and over the last 18 months. What amazing wellness brands are doing, whether they're part of the Compare Retreat platform or Banyan Tree and all your prolific resorts that are starting to implement all these really robust wellness programs to do with mindfulness and meditation. And I think also what we're learning and what we'll see over the next few years is really more wellness retreats that we're learning about how to manage ourselves post our beautiful 2-week retreat. It's not just about going away for 2 weeks and reconnecting with nature and feeling better then, but it's how do we deal with our lives once we get back home and on a day-to-day and week-to-week basis. Does anyone have anything else to add before we wrap up the session?
Great moderating, Linda. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Linda.
Thank you. And if anyone would like any more information on wellness resorts or mindfulness sessions with Toby, they are all on the PATA website.
Well, thank you very much, Linda. Thank you very much, Linda. Fantastic job, modern session. Thank you, Wunho, Dervla, and Toby. Thank you so much for taking the time to share your insights with us regarding wellness. A very interesting deep dive into that subject. If you have any questions for them, we're happy to pass them along. Feel free to email the events team, events@pata.org, or myself. My email is fairly easy. It's paul@pata.org. We're happy to either pass along a question or connect you if need be. So let's go to our next session. We have from our platinum sponsor, the Tourism Authority of Thailand. We're just going to take a quick break here and enjoy a video, Destination Experience Wellness D4. So sit back, relax, and enjoy this video. Well, I hope you all enjoyed that video, and hopefully it's inspired you to book your next trip to Thailand. As I said, as we've heard all day, Thailand will be opening on November 1st. Of course, it's to select destinations. There will be more information soon on which destinations are eligible for vaccinated travelers to enter Thailand, I think, without quarantine. So we actually we heard a bit from on the public side regarding the reopening of Thailand, their measures and their challenges and opportunities. Where their next session, so I get the next slide, we're going to dive a little bit deeper now and look and hear from the private sector, right, about how they're dealing with the current pandemic. What are their plans for reopening? What are the challenges and opportunities? And with that, for the Destination Insights, Thailand BBC, moderating that session, please welcome back the Asia business correspondent and presenter at BBC News, Ms. Marika Oy, and she'll be joined by the Managing Director for Asian Trails Thailand, Mark Albert, as well as the Cluster Director of Sales and Marketing, Thailand and Bhutan at Como Hotels and Resorts, Jocelyn Whiteside. So please welcome Marika, Mark, and Jocelyn.
Thanks for that, Paul. And yes, I'm back with the two panelists for this panel discussion, Mark and Jocelyn, to discuss how Thailand's tourism industry has been affected and how they're looking to reopen to accept more foreign tourists. So let's welcome both of them. And let me start off with you, Jocelyn. I guess you must be really happy to be starting to welcome some of those international tourists back to the country. If you can just talk us through what the current situation of the travel and tourism industry is.
Thank you, Mariko. Yes, we're ecstatic. I mean, to receive announcements of the Bangkok-Thailand borders reopening in November is fantastic news. For all of us in the industry, it's been a challenging last 19 months. Our borders closed in April of last year. And really, as hotels that we have in Thailand, they also closed their doors, right? When the borders reopened in June to quarantine travel coming back in, we then started to look at how we could also take on that form of travel at our Bangkok property. And we did that from December of last year. And, it's been great to have guests come back into the properties, although at a much lesser number. I mean, if we're out on the streets in Bangkok is known for its vibrance and, just the excitement and the rush of senses that you go through as you're in the city, exploring the culture, the food, the shopping, all of that mixed to one. So it's, of course, very different out there. I mean, over the last 19 months as well, we've had different degrees of lockdowns and restrictions in the city itself. And that's, of course, created different senses of emotions throughout our staff. Also, through guests that are looking to travel back to Thailand. A lot of our guests here in Bangkok have been those who are, repatriating. They have business interests here. They live in Bangkok, or Bangkok is a second home for them. And of course, I've got a property in Phuket as well. So Phuket, as we know, reopened its borders in July, and that's been fantastic. It's been great to see air travel movement. It's been great to have the activities back out and our staff, engaging with guests once again. But of course, all of that is changed with the new protocols, right, that we have now in place, the new protocols that we've delivered through our food and beverage, through our cuisine, through housekeeping, through all the different elements of service that we deliver at the property. Yeah.
Indeed, I want to go back on that later. But Mark, to you as well, a long period of lockdowns and travel restrictions. What's the current state and what's your reaction to finally borders reopening?
Well, I guess, first and foremost, thanks for having me. I think we're delighted, right? If you haven't seen international travel for a period of time, we as a large regional DMC, largely depending on international travel, obviously have been looking forward to that moment with the rest of the industry for the longest period of time. So we're very pleased, right? As Jocelyn mentioned, there was a bit of quarantine business, obviously since July. The reopening of the Phuket Sandbox, which I guess in real terms was an excellent executed PR stunt from the Thai government to actually put Thailand back on the tourism map. And it allowed for, expats and Thai overseas people coming back to the country, and obviously a small amount of international travelers as well. But it proved that, it's safe to let vaccinated travelers back into the country, because obviously the healthcare systems haven't been overwhelmed. The local population wasn't, massively endangered by infections and so forth. I think it clearly provided the country and us in the tourism industry with a blueprint to, let's say, a safe reopening and resumption of the business. Right? Now, obviously, the government has been looking into this, as Jocelyn said, and obviously also has been introduced. There's a plan to reopen the country to more countries as of 1st of November. Likely majority European countries, European Union, obviously countries from the Scandinavian, apart from the US, Russia, China, Switzerland, Israel, and so forth. So definitely a well planned or a good approach to get at least some business back. I think we were initially very hopeful to have a good winter season, and then we were quite concerned, obviously, with case numbers not dropping as much as we would have thought. Initially, also the mass vaccination rollout by the Thai government was probably a bit starting slowly, but since actually has accelerated significantly. So we have actually reached beyond 50% being vaccinated for the first time, and obviously around 40% of the population has now been vaccinated finally, which very different in provinces like Phuket, where we have tourists, where it's already beyond 70% of the people who have been vaccinated. So I think it gives a sense of hope it definitely starts to, move in the right direction, but it has been a very long way to get there. So we're really happy and look forward, obviously, like with my colleagues, Jocelyn and other people in the tourism industry. It's a good feeling to finally actually see booking numbers climb, to actually have people on the ground, guides start to tell stories again, what's happening with customers and so forth after such a long period of time of literally no activity at all. Right?
Indeed, but Mark, as you said, there are always concerns about possible another variant or possible outbreaks and so on. We've heard earlier from the public sector what measures they've implemented in order to keep tourists and local staff and residents safe. But what are the measures you're taking, firstly, Jocelyn, among yourselves at your company?
Well, I mean, we obviously follow the measures that are being laid out by the Thai, the local authorities, the CCSA, here in Bangkok, the BMA, and in Phuket, the Phuket governor there, right? I mean, as a brand, Como, our founding purposes have always been around wellness and well-being for our staff and our guests. So really, these new measures have only just enhanced what we've already had in place. So there's, when we opened as a quarantine property in December last year, there was a change to how housekeeping was done, how housekeepers went into a room, how food was delivered. All of that changed. There was a sense of, for me, a personal connection or disconnect with the guests because everything was social distanced. The same with check-ins, right? We went digital with check-ins, with pre-registrations, getting that information from our guests, having glass or perspex dividers in vehicles and at check-in with our guests, So all of these measures were a requirement for the property, to be able to open to guests or arrivals coming back into the destination, and a similar approach in Phuket as well. Although Phuket reopened to firstly the domestic market, we did that in December of last year as well. And then as of course July came, opening up to the international markets that could fly direct into Phuket. Our hygiene, the new hygiene practices in place with housekeeping and as well as social distancing practices, ensuring that our staff were well looked after, and it wasn't just about health, it's mental health as well, making sure that they were mentally in check and that, on a day-to-day basis, we were checking in with them. As they say, if the staff are happy, of course, then we go on to happy guests, right? So it's just ensuring that all of these practices were in place and were practiced on a daily basis. They weren't one-off, things that we did at the property, but they became a part of our daily activity, and that we lived and breathed it. We lived and breathed it through our guests. We lived and breathed it through our own staff. There was questions around, well, how do you approach a guest that is not following the new measures that are in place and that we're required to follow, right? So training staff in how to respond to those sorts of situations, just training in how we communicate that to our guests. I think that we've been really lucky. In general, I found that in Asia and Thailand is that people follow rules. They wearing masks, social distancing, sanitizing. They're very aware of the situations that they're in, and people are very aware of our current environment, right? And we're also very lucky at our guest level is that the guests that come and visit us, those are the things that are important to them as well. They are the questions that we're being asked by our partners in market, by the travel agents, by our global sales team. Our agents, our guests want to find out, what are you doing to make it safer for us when we return? What are the new types of, not just measurements, but the new types of activities that guests will have access to? What are our new focuses that we'll have available for our guests? I mean, at the moment in Bangkok, even though it's a quarantine, wellness at a focus, is in having a yoga channel that goes live twice a day, a meditation channel as well. When you can't leave a room for more than 45 minutes a day, that can take quite a toll on your mental state of mind, as well as your physical being as well. So, ensuring that that's in place and that's available for our guests, and ensuring as well that our cuisine is engineered, that's right for our guests during particular times like this.
Indeed, it's an ongoing challenge, isn't it? How about you, Mark? How are you working towards recovery with new guidelines and measures and so on?
I mean, it's in essence a very similar approach, right? Obviously following government rules, ensuring the safety of staff. So we had majority of our teams working from home for the longest period of time. We have then started to gradually bring some staff back, but obviously would very much look at, how people sit, how far apart, that we have schedules so that not too many people congregate, having, sanitizing material around in the office, making sure, elevators, public areas are more frequently clean, very similar than what a hotel would do, we do in an office. And I think, just generally raise the awareness of the teams by training, by reinforcing the same message again and again as to how to be and how to behave. And I think with the customers a very similar way. So we have been training our guides, we have been training our drivers. There's this SHA Plus certification, which requires that 70% of staff is vaccinated, which is across the hospitality industry. So if you actually want to work with customers, you have to have this certification. Very proud that we have it obviously in all our offices, Bangkok, Phuket, Krabi, Khao Lak. And then really, on top of the normal health and safety protocols, you already have in place as a forward thinking or customer focused operation, that you now also have all these more, let's say, health and safety aspects in place from a health perspective, right? So to avoid infections, transmissions, and so forth. So we would have, cars with screens installed in the middle, because we did quite a few ASQ transfers. So basically picking customers up at the airport and then bringing them to Jocelyn's hotel. And in order to do so, obviously our people, the guides, the drivers, they would have had full suits and face masks and protective shields, and obviously the car had to be prepared in a certain way, and after the transport obviously cleaned and so forth. So there were quite a few changes, and a lot of these things have become habit. As you mentioned, Thai or Asian people typically have less issues with following the government in terms of rules and regulations. And I think for customers, it's really like, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. So when you see the whole Thai nation walking around with face masks, don't be ignorant and not wear a face mask, right? Apart from the fact that it's law. And I think while initially, obviously back in 2020, in the early days, people wouldn't follow, and we would still have people partying in Phuket at the beach and congregate in larger numbers, we haven't really seen that, right? So I think there's definitely also in let's say in the Western society, a change in mind that the face mask doesn't forbid your mouth, but actually might protect you from an infection, and therefore might be a smart thing to do, particularly if you're in crowded places or with lots of people which you're not close, right? So I think for us it was very much the same journey, right?
Indeed, you both talked about possibly having to deal with a customer who doesn't follow the rules, but are there any challenges that you've been facing other than that? Obviously, staff have been having to deal with a lot of changes, as both of you have said. So Jocelyn, are there any other challenges?
Well, I mean, for us, the biggest challenge in reopening in Bangkok were these new protocols in place, right? So having quarantine guests meant that there were certain lifts, entry points, certain pathways that the quarantine guests and staff who looked after those quarantine guests could use. And for those who were sort of more back of houses, how to become used to the division in a sense at the property, right? Of course, it takes a lot of training and retraining and just constant reminder. There's a lot of signs everywhere. We have our partnering hospital come in and do a lot of reoccurring training for those who are servicing the rooms on how to use their PPE gear. So that's different as well, right? I mean, you've got this foreign garment on top of you, sort of, I guess you could say, sort of in the way of what you would, or what your tasks are. I mean, I think also challenging is the constant or the continuous uncertainty of what's going to happen. What's going to happen in terms of borders reopening, what's going to happen in terms of hotel operating, what's going to happen working from home, not working from home, different, uncertainties to the business as well as uncertainty to our staff, uncertainty to the people, really. I mean, I believe that, this pandemic has, yes, it's had a great effect on the industry itself, but it's also had a great effect on, every other industry out there, from impacting exports that, can come in, the closure of restaurants, sales in the malls and the street markets, so it's been a trickled effect across all sectors through the economy, right? So, it's a challenge on how to remain positive on a day-to-day basis when sometimes you don't see the light at the end of the tunnel. Sometimes, there's a piece of news that comes out today that says restaurants are open and then, 5 hours later they're closed, so, mixed messages that we receive as well, and I'm sure unintentional as well. We're all navigating this very unusual path, this very unusual journey. It's not something that anyone's had to really deal with. And I imagine that as time goes by, as we continue on with, life, with borders opening and people traveling again, things will change too, right? The measures will change. Hopefully we'll become, a lot more relaxed. Kids can go back to school in a normal environment. People can go on family holidays and travel, although that's probably a very long journey, a long path, or, quite a ways to go for us, yeah.
I want to ask the same question to Mark later, but would you say, Jocelyn, I mean, given the cost of this pandemic, not on obviously human lives, but obviously financial impact on your industry in particular as well, it's a bit difficult to say, but would you say that there were some opportunities created because of it?
Well, definitely. I mean, the pandemic created an opportunity for us to rethink how we do things. It also gave us a sense of appreciation for a lot of the things that we took for granted. Spending time with your family, I think about myself. I am normally out the door before the kids have finished breakfast, and I come home in the evenings when they've finished dinner and they're ready to go to bed. It's given me, and I'm sure a lot of people, the time to spend quality time with their family, to come off our digital vices in a sense, right? And spend time speaking to people rather than just sending a quick text message. It's given us time to also rethink about how we deliver our service, what's important. We I believe, have taken for granted. We've become content or with what's going on and who's traveling from where, what the markets are going to be. And this has really toppled everything. We don't know which markets will travel first, although we have a list of, initial markets that can travel to Bangkok, but who's going to be comfortable, right? And what are the things that are going to be important to them? We have an idea of what it's going to be, but there is no historical data for us to look at. So it's really given us an opportunity to be innovative, to look back at the core of what we do, to look back at what our purpose is, and take a pause in our everyday activity to, I think, appreciate life as it is, and also become creative in how we look for new business opportunities, new ways to connect with our staff when we're working from home. There were months on end where my communication was this through a screen or a line voice call, so it's very different from being physically in front of someone, and having that human connection with them. So finding new ways to do that, and I think also making our bond stronger, because our sense of trust really needed to kick in there, trusting that people were doing what they were doing at home and not in the office. There's definitely been some great opportunities that have come about over the last 19 months.
How about you, Mark? Challenges and opportunities?
Yeah, I mean, with a large overseas customer base, I mean, one of the challenges was obviously to keep in contact and keep them updated. And as Jocelyn mentioned, the times conflicting and iterative communication process from the public sector was not always helping, right? So, what opens to whom, what are the rules? So very often you have an announcement, but you don't know what actually the rules are, or you have conflicting statements, and that obviously poses challenges, particularly because very often international media would have picked on certain announcement, and without then knowing a little bit of, let's say, the local flavor and background and culture, interpret things or certain statements not in the right context, and that obviously poses then some challenges, on how to make sure that there's no misunderstandings, right? We get bookings now from November 1 onwards. The reality is it still follows the Phuket sandbox, because while the announcement has been made by the Prime Minister to look into the opening, we don't know the list of countries, we don't know what the exact rules are, and it hasn't been agreed upon by all the government bodies, and lastly, it hasn't been published in the Royal Gazette, so it's not the law. Meaning anybody running to a Thai embassy today will get rules which actually have been in place for some time, which are more or less following either quarantine if you fly to Bangkok, or alternative state quarantine, or sandbox if you fly to Phuket, which causes some confusion, because in international media the information was, well, Thailand is going to be open as November 1. I think that are challenges we have. Businesses we have been working together for years on the supply side, tour operators, hotels, entertainment venues, famous places, landmarks, have been gone out of business or went into hibernation. So, you might get customers, but you might not be able to bring them to the place they want to go, or maybe they're not able to stay in the hotel they love so much because the place is not there or has been closed and so forth. So there were quite some of the challenges around there. The state of mind of people, right? So if you have people work from home remotely and there's literally no busy, so you start to keep yourself busy by rethinking the way you do things. We started to implement some different systems and automated some of our processes. But the actual business or the BAU is not there. So people get relaxed. Now we start to see booking coming in. Guess what? People get surprised about the couple of bookings, because suddenly, what are we doing? Which nobody ever talked about 2 years ago, because that was what we do, right? But now it's suddenly, I have 10 bookings and the hotel is not answering, what I'm going to do. So it's kind of this situation. So it's a process that, yes, with training and, getting people back into the office and then try to create a sense of it's actually moving forward. And so it's a very slow process. We have been doing a lot of preparation, system trainings, training people, new health protocols, as we talked earlier, reaching out to partners, understand, what's your ideas, when you're going to open, will you be open, just to provide hotel tariff, which was a list which we did on a yearly basis for our travel agencies overseas, was quite difficult because many hotels were not able to give us a price for the next season, right? So, and things like this have become some of the challenge. From a opportunity perspective, very much like Jocelyn, I think typically FaceTime was for me in the business. And my wife and kids would have a bit of me either before or on the breakfast, and obviously after dinner. But that has completely changed. Working from home, obviously much more interaction with my 4-year-old daughter, more time for the family. I've started, with some goat farming. We have started to do a bit work around the garden. Thinking around sustainability and maybe some self-sufficiency. You start to look at things differently. You start to value the things which you probably overlooked if you have a busy life and a busy career. So values have changed, behavior have changed, and the time. As we have now started to go back to the business, obviously that is to be seen how that evolves. But for us, it was quite an interesting change. Opportunities establishing new partnerships because you have to, because some of the partners you have been working with are not there anymore, but also because some of the businesses move their business on as they're not able to operate anymore. So there's also growth opportunities to share, to grow your share of wallet or share in the market. And then I think it's really the reinvention of the way you do business, right? So the thinking through of processes, which you have not been thinking maybe that much because they were sort of established. Why rock a boat when actually things go well? But now you had time to actually look at things. Is it the most efficient way? Is it the most costly way? Is it the most customer friendly way? Does it actually make from a sustainability perspective and so forth? So we have been going through reviewing the entire portfolio of our products, looking at processes, the way we work, the way we engage with customers and so forth. And we see a lot of that also from customers. So there's definitely a drive into, more an area of a more mindful, let's say, type of travel going forward. So which we're very excited about, right?
Indeed, I want to go back to that later. But Mark, you just touched on some of the, working with operations and so on. But in terms of, dealing with other industry stakeholders before reopening the borders again, Jocelyn, how have you been working with teams in, say, marketing, communications, and so on as well?
I guess if we probably take a step back to the preparations, right, to borders reopening, and just over the last, in particular this year, for us, it's been critical having those relationships with the various stakeholders, the tourism associations, TAT, PATA, TICA, with the different bodies, the local government bodies, the local hospital here, the commercial associations that we are aligned with as well as our partners internationally, again, the associations that are based in the UK or Australia. Number one, there's a couple of things is looking at how we can source information from them, it's getting that on the ground information on what's happening, what is the intent, how are people feeling now about traveling to Thailand, and what are they looking for? What are they, is it going to be longer lengths of stay? Are they going to stay in one property for 7 nights instead of 3 nights and then 3 nights somewhere else? Are they looking for more private excursions? So all of this has been really, really critical for us in this lead up to reopening. And we did the same thing when we were reopening to international markets in Phuket, is ensuring that our partnerships over, the course of our time, that was maintained and actually strengthened more. Mark touched on, how we communicate, right, with these partners, and, some who have closed, some who's reduced staffing, some who are doing half hours or half weeks, how we maintain those relationships in market and out market to be there for each other. really for when the time is right. As the borders, in Phuket reopened, the TAT campaigns that were in various markets, the wholesalers, and DMC partners who did particular campaigns and programs in the markets that were able to travel, how we were able to leverage on those relationships that we had really fostered over this last, really, I think for us it was really, really critical for us to have really strong relationships in place, because we know that we will get to the point where we need to go out to market, and we know that when that time comes, it's going to be a communal effort, right? As individual properties, we can't do it on our own. We need to be able to support each other, really, support the bureaus, support our DMC partners in the efforts that they're also doing, echoing the messagings that that they're putting out to market through our own channels as well. When Phuket went pre-launch into the Phuket Sandbox model, they did an Imagine Phuket campaign, right, by the Phuket Hotel Association there, how we could amplify, the assets that were created by the marketing team through our own channels. Yeah, at the end of the day, it is in everybody's best interest to help get Thailand back on the map, regardless of what property, what DMC. We will all benefit from it in the long run. The more echoing, the more amplifying we can do, it all comes together and it all help us in the long run. So I don't believe that we could have worked or could work in silo at all. Everything that we need to do and how we do it needs to be done as a joint effort in the industry. Again, with whether it's a spa operator or an activity operator, or hotels that in the past you might have gone, they're a competing hotel, we're fighting for the same business. At the end of the day, you're fighting to get that business back to our destination, and that should be the objective that we all have, as we move forward into reopening Thailand to the rest of the world.
Mark, anything to add on working with other industry stakeholders?
I think Jocelyn covered it well. I mean, the industry came together. I think, we started to talk with DMCs across, we got in with hotels involved. We really tried to, work together from the private sector, supporting the public sector in terms of, advice or maybe our opinions on how we can support. It's about bringing Thailand back on the map. So it's all about the destination. Once the destination is back into people's mind and people know that Thailand is a safe place to travel to, and still amazing, and still has all this beauty of its culture, its people, its nature, I think then, it will be good business for all of us. So it was very much like partnering, networking, keeping informed, sharing information, trying to support other people's and businesses' issues and see whether there's a leverage or an opportunity for certain things. And we tried on our end. I mean, we have been continuously running social media campaigns on, excursions in Thailand, or a hotel in Thailand, or a new product in Thailand, or Thai food, or anything like this. So we're still here, right? We might not be open, but we're actually still here. We haven't gone off the map. We're just not maybe that accessible for the moment. And now obviously really accelerate that and amplify it and carry that message out. And then hopefully, reviving the destination, and with it, many more customers to come, and obviously business back to Jocelyn's hotel and my DMC, and the small somtam food cooker in the road, and everybody else in the country.
I want to ask you about the reaction from the local community, though. Are there people who may feel a bit reluctant to reopen the borders and accept international travelers, given the risks of, possible new variant and so on, Jocelyn?
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's been a good mix, right? I mean, obviously, those of us who have been directly impacted with border closures, we can't wait for the borders to open, right? We have been preparing for borders to open for the last, few months, and the little things, activities that we do in the office. But of course, on the other hand, there are those who are still I suppose, that element of fear on the pandemic. And, I guess the media with cases globally, with what's happening in different markets and how that's happening locally here in market as well. That's, sort of not creating, it's sort of maintaining that element of fear there. But I believe that as we start to move forward and actually continue on with the great vaccination progress that that has been happening in Thailand. I mean, Mart mentioned over 50% now that are fully vaccinated. We've come a very long way from May. That fear will slowly turn into a hope for the future. To people looking forward to welcoming tourists back into the country, because as I mentioned before, it's really affected all streams, right? The local foods vendor that used to have the foot traffic of tourists, buying some pad thai or some tam, they've had to close shop and go back to their hometowns. The little clothing in the street markets and those walking streets, they've all closed as well. I'm sure that they're all looking forward to having a return of income as well, to them when the borders. And as we progress with vaccination and a little bit more education as well, just on how being fully vaccinated will help the population in terms of recovery, and how more people are recovering now days, and of course with the new hygiene standards that are in place, that's all helping with that. But there's definitely a mixed feeling out there. Yeah.
Anything to add, Mark, in terms of public sentiment from the local community?
Yeah, maybe just, aside from a sentiment, I'm not quite sure whether Thailand actually has a choice. I mean, from a GDP perspective, in 2019, tourism was 18%, about 12% of the overall population, and that are the official figures. That probably doesn't include the street vendors and the people downstream and upstream, right? I think the country has to open. We in dire street from an economic perspective. Most of the figures don't really look good, and I think only once we open the country, there's actually hope to also restart some other parts of the economy. I live in Ubon. Ubon Ratchathani is a beautiful province in southern Isan, bordering Laos and Cambodia. Tourism is there, but obviously not really important. Probably population being vaccinated, I would think somewhere around 10%. If you ask someone there, the answer might well be like, it's maybe a bit too preemptive, right? Let's wait a bit. If you ask someone in Phuket, I guess the answer is clear. Yes, please open yesterday rather than tomorrow, because we haven't been doing anything. But I think what really happened is the impact is felt everywhere. There was a huge exodus of people leaving as part of the lockdown or ahead of the lockdown, going home, because all the people working as drivers, the maids, the guardians, the people helping in support industries, they all have been moving home because there was nothing left for them to do. The construction industry, so there's huge areas where there's a massive exodus, and people went home. And home means home the farm, and home in the farm, you don't need 5 people to harvest rice. So you have all these people typically working abroad or in factories, in the tourism industry and so forth, and they're not employed. So that's a huge impact. If you ask people whether they're comfortable, they're not comfortable, but because they're also not yet vaccinated, but they do understand that this is a necessity to reopen the country.
Necessary.
We don't have a choice at this point, and we probably need to balance the opportunity versus the risks. And we have seen with Phuket Sandbox, I think if Phuket Sandbox has achieved something, it's a clear indication that a fully vaccinated traveler is probably less of a concern to the Thai community or the Thai hospitals or healthcare system than the fact that still a large part of the population is not vaccinated, regardless of strains and variants of COVID.
We've got one more minute before the end of the session, but I do want to ask you this because COP26 is about to start. Do you think, now that people can finally travel, do you think sustainability will still be the priority of your industry, Jocelyn?
Absolutely. I mean, I think sustainability should always be the priority. Our industry is built on, and sustainability for me is economical, social, and environmental, right? It's a holistic approach to sustainability. It's not just about the environment. And travel is about the culture. Travel is about the economy and the livelihoods of the people. And travel is about encroaching on the environments that, the ocean, the treks, etc. So, once travel comes back, the impact will return, and we should, it should always then be as a priority for us because it's the livelihood, really. Yeah.
And Mark?
Yeah, I think for us, very much the same. I mean, for Asian Trail, it's very high on the agenda. We're a travel life partner. We have just gone through a child safe certification. You sell the beauty of a country, you sell the beauty of its culture. You have to do it in a sustainable way because otherwise it will go away. I think what we saw, one of the benefits of the lockdown, nature actually got a breather. Suddenly, animals came back into places where they haven't been before. Suddenly, beaches started to look beautiful again. Suddenly, clouded water in the Gulf of Thailand became transparent again. And things like this are amazing. And I think there's definitely value in doing so. And we see that clearly also as a demand from customers, more so than before. Definitely more so than before.
Excellent. Thank you so much for that, Mark Albert and Jocelyn Whiteside. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mariko. Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
And thank you very much, Mariko, for doing an excellent job moderating that session. Thank you so much also for the interview earlier today. Thank you so much to our friends at BBC and our good partners over there for their constant support of the association. And of course, thanks to our two panelists, really great insights on actually what's happening on the ground. If you have any questions for Jocelyn or Mark, for Como or Asian Trails, they are sellers. And as said, tomorrow is the trade show. So if you would like to know more about their business, have some questions for them that you weren't able to get answers from at today's session, feel free to reach out to them at their booths. You can make appointments there, reach out to them even today if you wish. The platform is, of course, open, so feel free to reach out to them at any time during today, tomorrow. I believe this platform will actually open for 1 month after this event is over. So we've talked a lot about Thailand, and we're actually going to switch gears a bit and move to our next session here. And with that, we want to highlight our bronze sponsor, our good friends at the Tourism Promotion Board of the Philippines. As we all know, it's more fun in the Philippines. So we're going to take a quick break from a lot of discussions, and we're going to have a quick, I wouldn't say quick video, but we have a video here for you to sit back, enjoy, and be inspired about visiting Philippines again. And with that, sit back, relax, enjoy, and I'll see you right after the video.
Every day, the Philippines does more than wait. Putting together new adventures. And experiences for you to try. We're making our sites better for you to see. Cooking up new dishes for you to taste. And preparing cultural discoveries for you to feel. And we're not stopping. Because we know that you deserve more. We can't wait to welcome you. I woke up to my own adventure book, having no idea what was up next. Each page was different. Every chapter, a new surprise. All I could do was go along for the ride. Trust my gut and let the story unfold. Because here, the best travel plan is to make no plans and just let life happen. I woke up while nature was sound asleep, so I could marvel at its kingdom. I strolled through its lush gardens and saw every little wonder up close. Here, you can dance with giants, discover a feast for the eyes, and a feast for the appetite. Walls that hold heroes' stories told me of their bravery, while sacred places blessed my journey. I roamed places that stood the test of time, and others that were there since the beginning. Once I woke up in a hidden place. Paradise unlike anything I had ever seen. And not the kind from fantasy. The one you could really sink your toes into. I walked beaches few had ever walked before, while the waves whispered their secrets. This place was my buried treasure. And even though I couldn't stay forever, the story of the islands never leaves me. Today, I woke up below the surface, where I learned to face my fears and go with the flow. But it's when I came to appreciate the big and the small. Made new friends from all over and could no longer hide my true colors, that I knew I'd emerged a local.
Everyone is dreaming of escaping to paradise, of walking outside of their homes, appreciating the warmth of the sun on their skin, taking leisurely walks by an expansive shoreline, embracing the gift of space, fresh air, and enjoying the peace and quiet of an exclusive island. Times have changed. Now more than ever, Discovery Resort's commitment to care is more evident in our every action because welcoming you to a safe and beautiful haven is a promise we want to keep. From the time you arrive, we make sure that all service touchpoints at the airport, shuttle service, welcome center, and inside our boats follow more stringent sanitation and safety procedures. At the resort, a sincere culture of care is practiced by our team as we consistently deliver service that's all heart. We think of ways to safely interact with you without compromising your safety and personal information. We make sure that the service we provide is the same service quality you've known to love about Discovery. As a dining destination, we put utmost care in your dining experience. From the method we prepare your food, the manner we set up your table, and the way we present and deliver your meals. Your suite and all other areas of the resort are given more attention and care as the cleaning, disinfecting, and sanitizing are done on a regular basis with new protocols in place. Keeping our promise for a safe haven may mean more hours of preparation, more rigorous cleaning methods, and more meticulous ways of doing things. But we gladly embrace all these because in every step of this new normal is a sincere gesture of thoughtfulness and concern for your well-being. We are dedicated to our promise of a culture of care so that you can enjoy a beautiful, carefree experience at Discovery Resorts. What matters most to us is that you will be able to bring home cherished memories of your stay with friends and family. For more information, visit our website. At the Discovery Resorts, we are committed to care.
Beaches. With over 7,600 islands, we know a little bit about beaches here. Coral beaches, volcanic sand beaches, white sand beaches. We even have beaches with pink sand here in the Philippines. One of our crown jewels is the island of Boracay. Its powdery white sand and crystal clear waters, it has consistently been ranked as one of the top destinations in the world by groups such as Condé Nast Traveler and TripAdvisor. And not just that. Backpacker hostels all the way up to 5-star luxury villas, diverse dining and clubbing options, water sports, paragliding, diving and snorkeling. There is literally something for everyone on the island. And then there are the sunsets that you have to see to leave. So if you're looking for a good beach, come to the Philippines. If you're looking for one of the best beaches in the world, come to Boracay.
Variety of destinations, just like with this small and quiet island of Camiguin, which is about 80 minutes flight from Manila. Camiguin offers both leisure and adventure. Here you can see the mysterious sunken cemetery, sunbathe and swim in the white island, see the giant clam sanctuary, get crazy with its hot, cold, and even soda spring, and of course the unlimited picking and eating of lanzones fruit during its season. I will surely come again to Camiguin.
Maayong buntag. Have you heard about the Chocolate Hills? Chocolate Hills in Bohol is one of the Philippines' most popular tourist attractions. It encapsulates everything you could possibly see on the postcards that you'll be sending back home as a tourist. From mangroves, white sand beach, diving natural wonders, food and heritage, they have everything. You don't need to worry about your accommodations. They have numerous hotels, luxurious resorts that you can find in the island.
Looking for a unique beach holiday? Tara na sa El Nido. Choose from a wide variety of experiences, from exploring life deep underwater to observing the diverse bird life amongst towering karst cliffs and lush forests, or simply admiring the beauty of each island lined up for you to discover. Our team is dedicated to assist in every step to ensure you get the most out of your holiday. With InPass, you are guaranteed with quality service and a memorable experience wherever you go in the Philippines.
Most of you may probably know Philippines for its wonderful beaches and coral reef. That's why I would like to be original and tell you about a mountainous place called Banawe. Banawe is located in the island of Luzon, surrounded by tropical, mossy, and pine forests. In these wonderful sceneries, you can find one of the UNESCO World Heritage, the Banawe Rice Terraces. Also, the local population, the Ifugao, with their festivity and rituals, will contribute to make your stay unforgettable.
Mabuhay! My name is Ian and I'm one of the tour leaders of InPass Destinations. Intramuros is one of my favorite historical places. Once you started walking within the walls, you will be able to time travel to the bygone days. It will showcase you the architectural designs of the wall itself, the different churches, buildings, houses, and the cobblestones that you will walk through.
Mabuhay! I am inviting you to visit Mount Pinatubo, located in the provinces of Tarlac, Pampanga, and Zambales. Experience and see the beauty of its natural landscape and its summit crater lake. Ride a 4x4 vehicle, hike for 2 hours, and immerse yourselves in the warm culture of the Aitas, the indigenous people of the mountain area. As you encounter them, you may also have the chance to witness their stories of their lives before and after the 1991 eruption, known as the second largest volcanic eruption of the 20th century. During the camp, you will be able to enjoy a bonfire with marshmallows, take a favorite local dish, and wake up to a beautiful, one-of-a-kind scene of the crater lake. Hope to see you soon.
And of course, the food. Food plays such an important role in the daily lives of Filipinos. In fact, right after we say hello to strangers like you, we ask you if you've eaten already. Kumusta? Kumain ka na ba? Like any other thing in the Philippines, its cuisine is also a mixture between Western and Oriental influences, creating a flavor profile that's out of this world and one that you really need to try. And what better way to experience one of the world's most underrated cuisines than with InPass, a multi-awarded travel destination management company here in the Philippines. Professionally curated culinary experiences, and of course, guided by certified foodies like me.
InPass will provide you a memorable experience in every destination.
Keep it fast!
Well, I hope you enjoyed that. Hope you all enjoyed that video and you've been inspired to check out the Philippines. We do have several sellers from the Philippines at the trade show tomorrow, so feel free to visit their booths, find out what's happening, what's their plans, and do some business, create some new friends, some new connections, and take advantage of that today. So we're coming to the very end of we're getting close to the end of today's conference, but we do have one more speaker, our closing keynote. And with that, our closing keynote will look at awakening travel's potential for good. We've touched a lot about that subject in a lot of the presentations, discussions today. And so today, to close out today's conference, we are very honored to have with us, sorry, can you get the slide back, please? With us today, we're proud and honored to have the co-founder and CEO of the Transformational Travel Council. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Jake Halbert.
Jake Halbert. I'm the founder of the Transformational Travel Council based in Seattle in the USA. I wanted to say thank you for having me. And I want to give some very special gratitude to Tourism Thailand and PATA for having me close out what I hope has been a wonderful conference for everybody. If we get started, I'd love to share a little bit about transformation, transformational travel, and awakening travel's potential for good, and the role that you and that we can play in that process. So the Transformational Travel Council specializes in creating principles, practices, courses, and workshops that are oriented to a different set of values and behaviors that are catalytic to personal fulfillment, happiness, peace, justice, stewardship, and belonging. Next slide, please. Our mission is to use travel as a lever to create positive change in individuals and communities on the planet. We seek to aid travel in taking its rightful place as a catalyst for healing and for regeneration of ourselves and the world around us. Next slide. So, values. How do we awaken travel as a force for good? Well, it has to come from the inside out, because values, I truly believe, shape society. And over the last decade or more, we've lost touch with what I think matters most: our family, our communities, our loved ones, our passions, and what lights us up and gives us most joy and most fulfillment in our world. We believe that by traveling more deeply, through listening, through self-inquiry, and searching for answers within while we travel, it opens up new possibilities and new potential. What does that new potential look like? Well, it allows us to see, think, and live differently, open up to a different world, understand multiple perspectives, and get a feel for what it's like to be in someone else's shoes. That breaks down walls within us and between us. After all, it's my belief that the only reliable source of action that we have is how we see the world. Tourism has been on quite a journey recently, pre-pandemic to where we are today and where we are going. Not only has travel been underperforming for decades, but it's been part of the problem too. It's often resulting in not just personal experiences missing their full potential, but also increased inequities, over-touristed communities, and climate impacts. So how can we bring travel back to its roots? How can we empower travelers to go deeper and have more meaningful experiences? I think a quote by Horace, a Roman philosopher, sums up how travel may have changed. He says, oftentimes people change their sky, but not their soul, those that rush across the sea. I think that speaks volumes to the opportunity that we often get so busy, and we end up missing out on the true gift and the true power of travel. And as we know, radical change or real change always comes from the inside out. So it's really important to take those journeys and find the balance of inner and outer exploration. In a lot of ways, travel has moved from this place of expectation and entitlement. It's often looked at as a source of entertainment, and it also can be quite exploitive. We'd like to see travel move, and it starts with you and the rest of us in the industry, and into a place where it can be more empathetic, ecological, equitable, and ethical. We have a chance to help travelers worldwide, along with the travel industry, to be far more meaningful, regenerative, and equitable as we emerge from this global pandemic. Next slide, please. So what are travelers going to be seeking? Well, we believe that it'll be transformational travel. The definition of transformational travel is intentionally traveling to learn, stretch, and grow into new ways of being and engaging the world. In a lot of ways, what we set out to do is open up the opportunity for travel and as many experiences as possible to give us that feeling of being alive. Next slide, please. Transformation isn't a product. It's not a singular experience. It is a process. And as you design your experiences and your itineraries, it's important that we recognize that it is this multi-stage iterative process that inspires change by shifting mindsets, integrating transformative and regenerative design principles. Next slide, please. The Transformational Travel Council has done extensive research into experience design, into how we engage travelers, how travelers engage the world. We call this our foundational framework. It's rooted in Joseph Campbell's Hero's Journey, Maslow, experiential learning cycle, peak end theory, our own travel experiences, ancient wisdom. And it's all focused on this connection and relationship that we first build with ourselves and our spirit and the universe. And then it moves into how we connect with others, understanding our identity, our privilege, understanding the racism and oppression, power dynamics in a destination. And we start to identify ways that we can strip ourselves down so we can have a more direct and meaningful connection with others. And then third, how do those connections and relationships with systems inspire new ways of being? How do we create more compassion and more empathy and more stewardship? Next slide, please. So what do travelers want as we start to emerge out of this pandemic? I think that they're going to be seeking more meaning, more purpose, and deeper connections. And as the opportunities to travel are limited, it's shine a new light on the opportunity to go deeper within yourself. So it very much is and can be more about depth over distance. We're really excited to see a report by Design Hotels that shows that consumers are seeking to contribute, that they want their trips to have more purpose. They want to do good. Next slide, please. So travel truly is awakening around new values, new opportunities, and a new responsibility that requires a higher integrity from all of us. It's important not just to us in the industry, but new values are emerging in the market. 35% think that the world will be a more dangerous place in 5 years. 73% of companies think sustainability initiatives will be critical to future success. 61% are actually concerned about climate change. As we evolve, as we have this time in our homes, as we move through this pandemic, we've come to realize that when we do travel, that it is the sacred opportunity, that it is a true privilege, an opportunity to stretch, learn, and grow into new ways of being and engage in the world. And with that comes smaller footprints and bigger hearts. Next slide, please. So as thoughtful travel designers and experience designers, I want to share a little bit about what you can do to create the conditions for transformation and where the hidden heart of travel lies. As I said before, Transformation comes from within. It's not something that can be promised or packaged. That is what makes it so incredibly powerful and transcendent even. So as travel designers, experience providers, whether you're a hotel, destination, an inn, or an attraction, a tour operator, or a guide, the role that we can play is creating the conditions of transformation. You see, there are patterns to transformation. There are patterns to regeneration that allows certain behaviors to expand. They're called fractals, and they build upon each other, and they repeat, and they become more impactful and more powerful for all of us. So with that in mind, what are the stages of transformation through travel? First, we want to listen to that call to adventure. Have a good idea of when it's time to go. What are our motivations? Why do we want to go? What are we hoping to get out of it? What do we not have now that we want in the future? And then we move into the opportunity for priming and preparing. So when we do travel, we have the opportunity to experience travel at its essence, at its core, find a rhythm and a flow. We can do that through preparing emotionally, physically, and spiritually for our journeys, weaving in ritual and ceremony to how we approach each and every trip. And once we're in the trip, we want to make sure that we're present, that we're aware, that we're fully engaged. We often talk about designing travel and experiences like the seasons. You know, in the winter, you go within, you go into your roots, you're introspective. Come spring, you come to life and you spring forward. In the summer, we feel alive, full bright vibrancy and thriving. And then come into the next season where we reflect and we create meaning. This all leads a traveler on a journey of transformation. Next slide, please. So why is transformational travel so vital? Well, at the beginning of the conversation, I mentioned that I believe that values shape our society. Well, I think we are in a unique space in tourism to leverage our knowledge, our experience, and our wisdom to shift the values of tourism and shift the values of the travelers and the hosts and the destinations that we encounter and connect with. So much of tourism is about finding that moment of awe and wonder. When we can step back, shift our perspectives, that is what truly moves us. Don't we travel? Don't we move to be moved? And when we have those experiences in travel, they shake us and they stir us. And that creates an opportunity to reevaluate, to reimagine who we are, how we engage our world, how we engage those around us. It's a unique opportunity to find clarity and find connection and courage, confidence, and calm. And with that, we have the opportunity to become more empathetic. We have the opportunity to become stewards. We have the opportunity to become more compassionate, and we become better versions of ourselves at home, with our families and our communities, and the communities and destinations that we visit. This is an example of how we, in the industry, can help people travel more mindfully. And the benefit is that they can live more mindfully as well. We talk about in business, this ROI, return on investment. Is there anything more important than ROI, return on impact? The ripple of impact. That's the opportunity that we have as travel designers, and the responsibility that we have in creating and shifting perspectives and opening people up to the best possibility, the best potential of themselves. Next slide, please. After all, we protect what we love. So shouldn't travel be this opportunity to connect in a more meaningful way, go deeper within ourselves, and build relationships with ourselves, with others, those that we encounter along the road? with nature, and with our planet. It is in those tiny moments that our values do shift and our behaviors change, and we start to make different choices that benefit all of us. So if you're ready to create positive change with us, please reach out to the Transformational Travel Council. You can become an ally of the TTC, engage in our courses and workshops. And then once they're there, you can start to implement new practices and principles in how you engage your guests, your travelers, how you reach them, how you connect with them. And that builds wonderful opportunities for referrals, for loyalty, and create a whole new buzz around the power of travel that you're tapping into. I do believe travel can be far more meaningful, regenerative, and equitable as we emerge from this global pandemic. But that's on you, that's on all of us. And I want to invite you to join us. Be aware, acknowledge this opportunity that you have to create change. Next slide, please. So thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to connect with each of you today. I hope that I was able to share something that was compelling, that maybe lit a fire inside your heart that will allow you to go out and be the best version of yourself, so you can create space and experiences and create the conditions for transformation as travelers start to hit the road and look for new opportunities to learn, to stretch, to grow, into new ways of being and engage in the world for the benefit of all. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Jake. And a truly great presentation. Hopefully it's inspired many of you to make that transformation and join us at PATA as we look to rebuild and restart a responsible and sustainable travel and tourism industry. And with Jake's presentation, that comes to the end of today's conference. Not the end of the event, it's just the end of today's conference. But before we go, I do have a couple notes I want to share with you all before we leave for the day. So again, this is who I am. If you forgot, I'm Paul Pergon, the Director of Communications and External Affairs at PATA, and I've been here with you all day, and it's been a pleasure. So can I get the next slide, please? So once again, thank you to all of our sponsors. Thank you to our platinum sponsor, the Tourism Authority of Thailand. Thank you to our silver sponsor, Flywire. Thank you, of course, also to our bronze sponsor, the Tourism Promotion Board of the Philippines. Thank you, of course, to our official event platform, Zip Events, and the whole technical team for helping us for today's conference. Thank you to our supporting media partners. And of course, always thank you to our members, partners, chapter members, and life members. Can't forget them for their continued support of the association. None of this would be possible without their support. So can I get the next slide, please? So if you chance, please do scan the QR code here on the screen. Your feedback helps us support you better. So all your feedback we take into consideration as we look to build our future events, webinars, our activities. So please do take a few minutes out of your time to take this quick survey today. Give another minute. Please, can we just get to the next slide, please? So next, later today at 1 p.m. Bangkok time, so that's in about 1 hour from now, exactly 1 hour from now, this is exclusive PATA International members. We'll get a chance to meet PATA's new CEO, if you haven't already. Her name is Liz Ortiguera, and she's happy to answer all of your questions. So if you're a PATA member, please feel free to join us later this afternoon in about 1 hour. Just scan that QR code as you see on your screen. You also can see it on the program. If not, feel free to email us and we'll give you the registration link. So find out what's going on for PATA, our activities, our strategic plans, learn more about her. You can ask her anything. So feel free to join us at 1 p.m. later today. Next slide, please. Now, if you've missed any part of today's conference, this will be rebroadcasted later tonight, so at 8 p.m. Bangkok time. So from 8 to 12 p.m. Bangkok time, you can watch the full rebroadcast of today's conference. The post-event recordings will be only available for PATA International members. So if you're not a member now, this is another reason why you should join PATA today. Or, I'm happy to connect you with our membership team to find out more about our PATA benefits. We have many. This is just one benefit I'm showing you now. So next slide, please. So I think I mentioned tomorrow we have the trade show. So you'll see on the screen the schedule for tomorrow's business appointments. From midnight to 9, we have one-to-one business appointments. So it's 27 appointments. The times, of course, are all in Bangkok time. So that's GMT plus 7. We accommodate all hours. So it's almost 24/7. 24 hours a day. Not 24/7, 24 hours in a day to accommodate all our buyers across the globe. So you'll see from 12 to 9, 9 to 2, 2 to 4. At 2 o'clock Bangkok time, we have our games and destination experiences. This will be a video followed by a quiz. So you have a chance to win a prize. Feel free to join us at 2 p.m. Bangkok time. Of course, that's followed by more business appointments from 4 till 9, and then we'll hear closing remarks tomorrow evening at 8:45 p.m. Bangkok time from PATA CEO Liz Ortiguera, and then we'll continue with business points to the end of the day. So if you haven't got an appointment now, or you'd like to make an appointment, feel free to go check out the platform now, schedule appointments with various sellers today. So even visitors can go schedule appointments if you wish. It's not just an opportunity to build business, but even also finding out what's happening at that particular destination. The platform will be available for 1 month after the event date, so it will close on November 22nd. So you don't have to do today and tomorrow, but they will be here tomorrow. So the opportunity is to do it today and schedule for your appointments for tomorrow. But I said it will be open for a month. Next slide, please. Want to make you aware of some of our events later this year. We have our virtual PATA Destination Marketing Forum. The theme is Experiences That Inspire. And our featured destination is Kuching, Sarawak, Malaysia. And that is from November 24th to the 26th. More details will be forthcoming, but you can always visit our webpage at www.pata.org. Next slide, please. And next slide. Back one more. Also, please save the date from March 21st to 24th of 2022, where we will be having our first live event. And this is our PATA Annual Summit 2022 in Ras Al Khaimah, UAE. This is just about 45 minutes outside of Dubai. There are direct flights to, of course, Dubai, but also to Ras Al Khaimah. You can also fly into Sharjah, which is just next door. Please do join us for this event. It's also the final week of the World Expo, so why not either come early and enjoy the expo, or stay a few days later and visit the expo as well. I will actually be heading there tomorrow evening to do a site inspection. I've been there before. It is a fabulous destination. They have the world's longest zip line, many other adventure experiences. So please do join us at this event. Save the date. More information will be forthcoming soon, but please do keep an eye out on our websites. Next slide, please. I believe this is once again, thank you to our sponsors, our platinum sponsor, the Tourism Authority of Thailand, our silver sponsor, Flywire, and last but not least, our bronze sponsor, the Tourism Promotion Board of the Philippines. Thank you for your generous support for this event. If you have any questions about today's event or about any things I've just mentioned, our events, or any questions about PATA membership, feel free to reach out to me. My email is fairly simple. It's paul@pata.org. And as I said, you can also find out information on our website at www.pata.org. And I think we have the final slide. I think that's it. So once again, thank you to all of our sponsors. Thank you, of course, to our speakers for sharing their insights with us, for also taking the time out of their busy schedules. Thank you, of course, as always, to our members, partners, life members, chapter members for their continued support. And most importantly, thank you to all of you for joining us for today's event and joining us in our mission to act as a catalyst for responsible development of travel and tourism to, from, and within the Asia-Pacific region. With that, that is the end of today's conference. Rebroadcast is later this evening, and of course, the trade show is tomorrow. So, in the meantime, Hopefully I'll see you again soon at our next event. With that, stay safe, take care, and I'll see you next time.